Okay, hi everyone. Hi Adrian and Daniel and Yakshi. Okay, so today's stream is going to be a little bit funny and challenging, especially challenging. We are supposed to build first this. I'm going to teach you how to build this animation here that shows palindromes in a very fun way. These are supposed to be gears and they're rotating like that so that they are always upright. And it's this thing is called an Emordnilap machine because it's funny, you can also show things that are not palindromes like race car that you can read the same from back uh, in reverse, but also words that have different meanings, like diaper. If you read it from the back to the front, then it's repaid. And I got this idea from Vsauce. So a while ago, he has made an actual machine out of real gears that does this. And ever since I saw this this short on this Emordnilap machine, I wanted to code the JavaScript version of it. So this is the topic for the for the live stream, for the last live stream. And of course, to make it special, I'm going to code it blindfolded, and it's going to be a trick. So I will reveal how I did it, similar to how Penn and Teller do their magic shows. First, I do the magic trick. I show you how I type it blindfolded, and I explain how I do it. So it's still gonna be a tutorial, even though it's blindfolded. And then after it's done, I reveal how it was possible because obviously there must be a trick to it. I can't do it really blindfolded. Hello, Yusuf. Nice to see you here. Okay, so I'm going to close this. This is just a demo here. And I'm going to be coding in and basically this page. And I have prepared here index HTML. So this HTML links to this this page that I have open. I have the live server there. And now it's just an empty file. So it's time to start coding. What can go wrong? I mean, in recent times, even demos like this go wrong even without a blindfold, like what happened to Meta in those glasses. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. So we begin with basic HTML, starting with the doc type. And now I'm going to start the HTML tag and close the HTML tag. And inside the head section, I'm going to add a title here. Let's call it Emordnilap JS and close the title tag. And now below here, I'm going to start the body, close the body, and let's save Alt Tab to show the browser. And now I'm gonna refresh, and hopefully when I refresh, so Control F5, the name of the tab on the top is going to change to show this this Emordnilap.js. So maybe it worked. I really hope I'm in the browser right now. But yeah, so live reload should also be enabled now, and I can go back to the code editor and let's set up the input field. So I have to go inside of the body, so up and to the end here. I'm gonna say input, let's give it an ID input text and the value of flow because it's wolf if you read it backwards. And I hope I'm gonna have a great flow today. Let's save this, and I'm gonna go back to the browser and hope that it has been added there. But by default, it's gonna be in the top left, and I would like things to be centered, so like I showed in the previous demo there. So let's go back to the code editor, and to style it, I'm gonna need CSS. So this goes up in the head section. I'm going to include here a style sheet in its own file. So style.css. Let's save this. And to create the file, I'm going to try Control N. And let's save this with the name style CSS. And inside the body, I'm going to give it the style of text align to center. And save. And now if I go back to the browser, it should show the same input field, but in the center of the page. And it's kind of small. So since it's the important thing, it's a little bit small, and maybe we also center it inside of the input field. So flow is not on the left by default like that. So back in the CSS, I'm going to style the input as well. Let's also align it to center, and then set the font size to maybe 2 rem. And let's now check. Should be big there. I hope if this doesn't work then. Well, I guess I could start over, or let's see. And now back to the code. I think I'm done with the styling for now. So I'm going to move back to the index HTML and add the canvas element so that we can animate that procedural animation there. So Control Tab should move me to the other file, and now I'm up. So I went 3 steps up. I'm gonna go 3 steps down. At the end of the line, I'm gonna go down with the line break, and then the canvas element, my canvas, let's give it a width of 600 and a height of 600, and close the canvas element. And now if I open the browser, it should be there. It's probably transparent, so you can't see it, but I did leave the developer tools open, so you might be able to see it there on the right. I'm gonna go back to the code, and let's make sure that we have an idea how big it is. So I'm going to go back to the CSS, Control Tab, and let's go down and end so that I add a style for the canvas as well. And I'll make it visible by giving it a border 1 pixel solid, and in my case it should default to black. So let's save this, and probably now, I don't know if probably is the right word. I would say hopefully now the canvas has a border that you can see, and it's a square canvas 600 by 600 beneath the input. Yeah, what are the odds? Let's go back to the code, and we have to start typing JavaScript. So I don't want to be in the CSS file. Actually, I think I'm pretty much done with it. So Control W should close it. And now to add the JavaScript, I'm going to start by adding it here. So just at the end of the body, a script tag. And then Let's close it so I don't forget it. I'm going to take out the width and height of the canvas so that I have these helper global variables here. And to draw on the canvas, we are going to need access to the 2D drawing context. So my canvas get context, 2D, the 2D context. And then I'm going to pretend I have an object here to help me out. So I'm imagining that kind of bar with the gears. So I'm just going to call it bar, and I pretend that this is there already implemented, but we will have to do it later. So this is called the top-down approach. I'm just writing this high-level code that I wish to generate a bar like that with the gears, having the value of the input text. And I want the bar center point to be the anchor, so to speak. So I want to put it in the middle of the canvas, essentially half the width on the X and half the height on the Y. And I'm also imagining that I would like this bar object to have a draw method that accepts this CTX as a parameter. And now this is what I need to implement. So a bar object with these properties and this method. And I'm going to implement it in its own file. So now I have to go up here. Let's go. So this is where const bar is, should be an empty line, CTX with height. Now I should be above that. And I can define a new script tag with bar.js, and I can close the script tag and save the file. And same as before, so I can create the new file with Control-N, and then I can save the file, and let's give it a name bar.js. And in it, the class for the bar is going to be having constructor with the text parameter, the X and the Y. And I want the bar to also have a height. So height of, let's say, 40 pixels. And I'm going to store all of these as attributes of the bar object. So the text, the X, and the Y, and the height. And then I'm going to move down and space, well, I mean one line, empty line, and the draw method on the CTX. So this one, I will just fill text for now. So of course, I'm gonna have to generate those gears here, but I want to debug step by step. So I'm gonna fill the text at the XY location, save, and now I switch back to the browser, Alt Tab, and it should show there the text on in the center of the canvas as well. But very small. So by default, this font size is really small, and I'm gonna have to go back and make it bigger. So let's move up, and the font size is going to be this height, so that last parameter there, and it's going to be in pixels, and I like to use Arial as the font. Let's save this, and it should be bigger now, but by default the aligning of the text isn't as you would expect, so I really want it to be in the middle. And I will have to set text align to center so that it aligns it horizontally. Save, and hopefully it's okay, but vertically it should also be aligned to center, so this text baseline should be set to middle. It's just how the canvas works. So one is center, the other one is middle. And hopefully now you can see there the text appearing big and nice centered inside of the canvas. And of course I have to generate those gears. So each letter has to become its own gear. And now if you think about how would you implement this, because eventually we have to implement animation as well, and things should rotate. If you think about what the gears are doing, they need to change their position, their X and Y, so that they are rotating with that bar. That's not easy. You need polar coordinates to update their location. But if you practice enough coding and you solve enough problems, you become a good problem solver, you realize that there's an easier way. It has to do with relativity. So basically, if you just keep the bar straight, but rotate the camera that's looking at the bar, or in this case, just spin the whole canvas around, then each of those gears that are going to be evenly spaced on the bar don't need to change their location. They just need to rotate in place so that they look upright. And I know this is kind of a trick, like why do this? Why not actually move them to the different location? But really, it's simpler. It's simpler, and the implementation is going to be cleaner. And it's something that you just learn with practice. So you have a chance to do fewer mistakes if you solve the problem in a simpler form like this. I hope it's going to make sense what I tried to explain. So let me go now back to the code. And I don't want to be in bar JS. I want to go to the index, so Control Tab. And let's start this animation loop. So I want to spin the canvas around. Should be at the bottom, but I mean at the bottom, the last part of this script tag, and I don't know exactly how to get there. But if I do a page down, and now I'm on the line that is closing the HTML tag. So I can go up one level to the closing of the body and up one more. I think that should be here. And at the end there, let's start with counting the frames. So the animation is going to be frame by frame, starting at frame 0. And the animate function is going to look something like this, where we need to calculate a rotation on each frame. So I'm going to do this rotation based on the frame count itself. I will just divide it by maybe 100 because it will be in radians. So 2 pi, which is 6 point something, is going to be already a full rotation. I need small values here, and frame is going to increase by 1 at each step. So with this rotation, I'm going to tell the canvas style to have a transform that rotates and in radians, and then increase the frame count. And I'm going to request animation frame with the animate parameter so that the function calls itself again and again, many times per second. It's going to try to do it 60 times per second. And we also need to call this function. So I'm going to do it here below, animate. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. And now, if I go back to the browser with an Alt Tab, this should do something here. It should animate everything. But I have to say, I am pretty sure I have screwed up something by now. So I'm going to take a break, take the blindfold off, and see how many things are broken by now. Okay, so errors are there. in bar.js. Ah, okay. I somehow forgot to press one letter there, but seems like this is not as big issue as I thought it's going to be. So now if I go back here, we get the animation that is that is rotating, that is spinning the canvas there. And my eyes hurt. Like um, it feels like in the morning when you wake up and you turn on the lights and then like I got used to the darkness. Let me take a small break and check the chat because probably there are things happening here. So uh, yeah, happy Halloween, cool code creator to you as well. Um, LLM with vanilla JavaScript. Uh, I don't know if that's a good idea. Yeah, legendary moment. I don't know about that. Let's see if I can pull it off till the end. Uh, yeah, okay. Self-driving car fan. Nahiaraber. Okay, glad you liked that project. I'm coding an Emordnilap machine. Basically, inspired by this thing that Vsauce made and Michael made on his channel Vsauce. So the idea is there is this kind of gear setup that always keeps the letters upright when spinning them, so that you can see palindromes and also these weird things like words that mean different things when they are read in the other direction. So he calls these Emordnilaps. I'm not sure if it's the proper term for it. I think there are multiple ways to call these, but that's what I'm building. And so far, I just have a spinning canvas with the text there. Yeah. Um, so far, I'm very happy with this. There was just a very small bug there. And I think it happened because I saved the file too quickly and then I typed C from class just as the file was saving or something. So gives me hope. Yeah, damn C. It almost worked. Yeah. Um, I'm not removing anything on the channel. I just stopped making videos. We can talk about that later after I'm done with this. Yeah, it's hard to do things without seeing, but this is not really me doing things without seeing. I will show you how I'm doing it after I'm done. There's a big trick to it. So, yeah. Okay. Uh, okay, somebody's guessing how I'm doing it. I'm not typing as I am reading. I mean, I'm not reading, I'm listening to a voice recording. You cannot see my hands typing. Yeah, camera in this room has to be here. Um, if you would see my hands typing, they are typing. I can promise you that. It's just that I just cannot show it well in this room. But when I reveal the trick, you will see that they are typing. But if you do see them typing, you will figure out how the trick is done. So there's a trick to it. But I'm not listening. I am listening some things, but yeah, you're onto something, but it's not what you think there. Uh, I will stop videos as well. I have 2 more videos in the pump pipeline and 1 more that I will record to explain what is on the channel for those who want um, to learn from what is already there, like a summary. But I don't plan to make new videos anymore. Yeah, okay. So still a few small things here from Adrian and yeah. Lip syncing gave it away. Oh, okay. I will talk about why I stopped making them after I'm done with the trick. All right. So, um, where was I? Here, and we did the animation function. Now, of course, the letters are not upright, so I have to start to implement the gear system. Each of them will become their own gears, and they have to rotate in reverse or in reverse direction. So, how to say, if I have the rotation variable at the moment um, the canvas, I have to define inverse of an opposite of the rotation. So minus rotation for the gears, each individual gear. And I also have to redraw the canvas on each frame. Yeah. Easy. So back to the code. I have to move now up, and here I have to clear the canvas, and after that I can get that rotation. So I have to clear everything, the whole canvas, 0, 0 to width and height. And then this gear rotation that I'm going to use to pass to the bar drawing method is just the opposite of the rotation. And then bar.draw, ctx, and the gear rotation. Yeah. And then I have to go to bar.js, so Control Tab, and I have to go and update the draw method. So up, 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 and from the right, I think there should be the curly brace, and then the closing. Well, it's the curly brace, I think space is there, and then the closing parenthesis. So now I'm inside, I believe, and then what is there? I just put the parameter, so comma gear rotation, and now I'm going to select everything else there, remove it, because again I'm going to pretend I have gears available, and I just tell them to draw themselves with the gear rotation. So I loop through all of these gears. We have to define them in the constructor, but I just want to get the draw method done now. And then each of the gears, I'm going to tell them to draw on CTX and with the gear rotation. Like so. And then up in the constructor, here we have to now think not just about the bar height, but the width. So each gear is going to be for 1 letter. And that means that I'm going to take the width and set it to the text length multiplied by that bar height. So the height of the bar is the same as the width of, the size of the gear. We can be more specific here and say gear size, and let's define gear size to be the height. Of course, this doesn't change the code in any way. The end result, but the code is a little bit more clear because here we start defining those gears in an array. So the X of the gear is the thing that's going to change. The Y is going to be the same as the bar. And we start the gears from the center of the bar, so X minus half the width of the bar. And now the gear should be so that I specify its center point. So from the left side of the bar, I want to move also a gear radius, or gear size divided by 2. And this gears is going to be the array where I generate them, and I'm going to loop through the letters of the text, letter by letter. So from 0 until the text length, and then I++. We are going to put here inside of the gears. So push a new gear, gear X, and then Y, text of I, and let's put here the gear size as the 4th parameter. So then we can increase the gear X by 1 gear size to move on to the next one. And now we are done with this. We know what the gear needs. It needs this type of constructor and a way to draw it. And to debug quickly, I'm just going to define it as having a gear is just this letter in the beginning, and then we think about styling it to look nice. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to go back to index. So let's move there. And I want to implement the gear in its own file. So we'll also have to import it here, but I don't remember exactly where that bar was, the script that includes the bar.js. So I'm gonna do a Control F and type here bar.js. And hopefully now I'm on the line where bar.js is included in the script tag. So I can go up one level and write another script tag with gear.js, and then close the script tag and implement the gear in its own file. So I'm going to do Control N, and then let's save it and call it gear.js. And the class, very similar to what we did with the bar, but in the constructor, I'm going to pass here first the X and the Y because they are important attributes, and then letter is just something that you attach to the gear, basically. You could create another class for letter, but I don't want to over-engineer this project. And the size as well. So let's put here all these, let's set them as attributes of the gear object. Letter. And also size is equal to size. And now the draw method has ctx and the rotation. And to draw letters that are rotated, we have to use the context translate and rotation trick. So every time we do that, we should save the state of the context first, and then translate to the coordinates where we want to draw this, so X and Y. And then we can rotate. And always when you do this, you have to restore. Let's do it now so we don't forget, to the previous saved state. Otherwise, rotating again and again, translating again and again will break things, will mess things up. And now, before we restore, we should go here, and I'm going to draw a single letter with this size and in pixels. Arial, as before, I'm going to set the horizontal alignment to center and the vertical alignment to middle. And fill the text. Same code we had previously in bar.js with this letter, and 0, 0 this time because the translate we had above is going to move us to the right place. And now if we save and refresh, we should see something. We should have the mechanics ready. I need a break. And we don't have the mechanics ready. Let's see what happened here. So, I can't see again, so I'm really blind at the moment. Error in bar.js. Wow. I messed something up really bad here. So I messed up the, not much. This should be here. And I don't know what this is. Typo. And this should be closing the draw. And then everything else is good. So not good. Gear rotation is not defined. It's here. What do you mean it's not defined? Oh, in bar draw. Oh, okay. Why is it here? Ah, okay. Gear rotation is not defined. Yeah, now it's defined, and now all the things are vertical there. So mechanics are now done. I can read flow and wolf from all of, I mean, as it's rotating, the letters are not upside down. There were several problems here with this how to say, me trying to move correctly the number of lines up and down. So I had some kind of mistake there. It's possible that I pressed some weird keys while doing this. But otherwise, I think that it worked pretty okay. And here I think it went well. Problems were here. I was not inside of the constructor and things like that. So yeah. And this one should really be, yeah, it should be good. Let's check also the chat a little bit, and yeah, yay, spinning flow well. Seems to work. So I screwed up some things. I think that when I had the break before, I messed up something in my plan, and I don't know exactly what I did, but I might have clicked somewhere in the code and it moved the cursor to a wrong place, and then I got confused after that. But when you will see the reveal after I'm done with this, then it will become more clear how this kind of problem could have happened. Yeah, I'm not gonna code debug and have fun for long. It's not very impressive, Adrian. When you're gonna see the trick and how it's done, then you will you will not be so impressed, I'm sure. But yeah, ah, um, it is working, and the mechanics are there. There are some things that I have to do with the blindfold off, and that is if I want to type here something else like a race car. So it should update this as well. And I need to do that because I'm sure I will mess up mouse movements if I have to do it blindfolded. And also, I cannot click here over the canvas. So the canvas is blocking the input field. So let's try to fix this. Here, the bar, I'm going to use let here. And I'm going to change it to a new object on input. So every time the input changes in the input text, I'm going to set the bar to a new bar with height divided by 2. So this is going to let us create a new bar each time. And this bar is going to be referenced here in the animate function, so it should work. And for that canvas problem, I'm going to go to style CSS, and actually we don't need this border anymore, so we got the idea what it does. But I'm gonna set the pointer events to none, because now when this happens, I can always click through the canvas and it's fine. And race car. It's it's also race car when you read it backwards. Yeah, okay. It went pretty okay. Not very okay, but pretty okay. So let's try the blindfold once again. What happens next is I want to make these letters be surrounded by the gear shape. So to draw those gears, I'm gonna start by drawing a circle. And I'm gonna draw it by making many small lines around the circle. And then when we have the circle shape, I'm going to wobble it a little bit. So it's going to increase the radius according to another trigonometric function. So basically drawing the circle according to a unit circle and then using a sign to modify the radius so that it wobbles a little bit. Huh. Yeah, let's go there. So I'm not gonna mistake anymore where the start is going to be. So here, and those kind of gears have a number of teeth. So how many teeth we want to have, and how big the teeth are going to be. So these are gonna be parameters that we are going to add here. So, of course, the gear could have these as attributes of the object, but I don't plan to define gears that look different, that have a different structure. So it's just going to be an artifact of the drawing method. So an parameter for the drawing method. Okay. Okay, last time with the blindfold. So let's set the tooth count to something like 10. And I'm gonna make them 2 pixels in size. And then I'm going to go here and begin a path and draw a circle using the radius. So the radius of this gear is going to be this size divided by 2. And then I'm going to loop with an angle variable starting at 0, going all the way to 360 or math pi times 2. And then I'm going to increase the angle by a very small amount. So we're working with radians, and they need to be quite small fractions there for it to work. And now I'm going to do a line 2 and 2 parameters there. So using the trigonometric circle, the unit circle is going to be just 1 pixel in radius, so we have to scale it by this radius, cosine of the angle for the x, and radius times sine of the angle for the y. And now I'm going to close the path so it does the connection to the first line to there and stroke. Now this should just put a circle around the letters. If I'm going to go back to the browser, it should show that. And now back to the code. We want to do the wobble. So I'm going to move above where we draw the circle, and the wobble is going to be calculated using the sine of the angle. And now this angle is going to go all the way to 2 pi. But if we multiply this by the tooth count, then we essentially get as many of those waves as we want to have teeth in the gear. And sine is going to be between -1 and 1, so we scale it a little bit so it's noticeable there. Otherwise, you don't see much of a difference. And now I'm going to go here and wrap the radius by adding the wobble there. And the same thing for the bottom line. So going to go around the radius and do the wobble and save. And if this worked, then now they should look like gears. And I'm done with the blindfold. So at least this part worked out. Yeah. It doesn't look great. These letters, even though we are centering them, yeah, this is something that doesn't look very great, doesn't work very great in the canvas. So they are a little bit too high up, if you see, and you could get it to work well by measuring the text and doing some more complicated things, but I'm just going to move this down by 3 pixels. And now the letter looks like inside of the gear. But this W is quite big. So some letters are quite wide like this, and I just don't like it. So I'm going to scale the size a little bit, maybe 0.8, so 80% of the size. And this looks a little bit nicer here. And we still have to do something because the gears shouldn't intersect each other like that. But yeah, before I do that, let me check the chat a little bit. So yeah, I like teasing you. It should be. I hope I got you curious. I have to say I've been coding for over 20 years and I still can't code with my eyes closed. So there's definitely a trick to this and I will reveal it soon. Yeah, I have to quit. So I don't make any more videos at the moment. At least I don't have any plan to make new videos, but maybe someday I get back to it if I ever change my mind. So let's see. Anyway, the channel has so many of them that it's unlikely that you have seen all of them. So there is a lot of stuff to see there. All right. So final thing to get this to work. Of course, when you have gears next to each other and they're rotating, they can't rotate in the same direction. So one gear has to make the other gear next to it go in the other direction. But if we do that, then they can't both be upright anymore. So we need to add gears in between that don't have any letters. And those gears in between will be like blanks, and they will rotate in the opposite direction. So almost there. Adding in between these gears means that the width of the bar has to be bigger. and it's the number of letters times 2, but minus 1 because we don't add another blank at the end. We just want in between. So we go back here to the bar where we generate these gears, and the width is the thing that needs to change. So we start like this. And we also have to loop here when we create the gears with the letters. We should also loop here until twice the value minus 1. And when we add these gears to the array, we check to see if I is an even number. So if it's 0 or 2 or so on, then we do this, what we had previously. Otherwise, we are going to copy this and create another gear with an empty text here. So the text is nothing, it's an empty string. And we also have to make sure here that we are using I divided by 2. So otherwise we are going to exceed the length of the text, so we start to get errors. And now if we save this and go back here, you can see these blank ones there, but everything is still spinning in the same direction. So last thing we need to do is take these odd index gears and spin them in the opposite direction. And one nice trick, if you know your math, for doing that is multiplying here the gear rotation by -1 to the power of I. So when I is an even number, like 0, 2, 4, and so on, -1 to the I is going to be 1. So that means gear rotation multiplied by 1, nothing happens. So it's same as before. But when I is an odd number, like 1, 3, and so on, then you get -1 here. So the gear rotation becomes the opposite. Save, refresh, and now we have this mechanism working. And maybe we can still fine-tune this a little bit if you have ideas. So one thing that I would like to do is use colors, and also in Michael's implementation here, you can see something. He uses very big gears on this side, and it doesn't have any gears in between them. He does this because I think he wants the letters to be big and close to each other. But the mechanism that I visualize there, it's on the back side. So I think you can get the idea in a second. Yeah, so you could see it a little bit when viewed from an angle there. I think it's also possible to see it better later in this. So yeah, here. These are the things that we have implemented on the back side. And the front is just bigger gears connected to those that are supposed to stay upright. But I don't want to do that because I think this mechanism here is more interesting on the back. But now the problem is that these letters are so are smaller and relatively spaced out. So they are, it's harder to read it as its own word. So maybe keeping this mechanism, but coloring the gears differently so that these ones with the letters stand out will give a better visual effect. So maybe we can play a little bit with that. Yeah, no, there's nothing in Blindfold. I will show how it's done just in a second. Yeah, the scroll bar horizontally, it's I mean, it's here because I have this open, so if I close the developer tools, then it doesn't show the scroll bar because it's the page is big enough to not have that. You could also use the overflow, setting it to hidden, and the scroll bar won't appear on small screens. Yeah, smooth side effect. Yeah. Yeah, it was like that with the with the code onto cards. The keyboard is still visible. Um, I'm not sure what that means. Okay, so let's style this a little bit nicer, and then I'm done with the project. So I would like to color these a little bit different. Maybe what colors would be good? Any ideas? How should I make maybe the whole gear can be a specific color for the letters, and the others may be grayed out somehow. If you have ideas in the chat, let me know. We can try to somehow make them nicer together. But yeah, let's try to have here parameter for this. So color, like fill color, and we set that one to, let's just try blue for now. Something like that. And the text color, purple gears. Yeah, maybe they look nice. I think they look nice. Yeah, but not all of them. So this fill color for purple, only for those that are, yeah, we need to specify. So it doesn't need a default value inside of the bar when creating them. If it's one of these gears from here, I mean the ones where we, the even ones here, then we set that color. So fill color is going to be otherwise, let's make it something like that. And the fill color goes here after the rotation. And you still have, oh, it's the opposite. Yeah, and now these are a little bit more visible. Maybe we don't actually need the stroke anymore. I find this stroke too strong appearing there. So in the gear here, I can remove the stroke like that. I kind of like this effect. And the text doesn't appear because it's also a fill. So after we do that fill color, the text also needs a fill style, so a different one. And that purple is quite dark, so we should use a light color for it. I'm gonna just try white. How does this look? Any other ideas? Random colors. Okay. Yeah. W for using modulo. W for using modulo? Yeah, I think this is fine. Maybe the gray can be even lighter in color. So here instead of silver there, I'm just gonna go, it's too light, I think. I still want to see them. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I think it's readable. Okay. Right. So I think it's time for me to show you how the trick was done. um, let me. I think the easiest way for me to show you how the trick is done is to just start coding it again until you get the idea, but somehow revealing the system because there's a system involved. Um, just a second, I have to think, do I still want to keep this code or do I delete everything? Um, I guess I want to keep it still. So let me do a backup of it. Okay, so now I have a backup of it. And now I'm gonna remove all the code here. So I delete these files, essentially going back to the starting point. So this is an empty file, index.html, like in the beginning. And this one just had the developer tools open like that. So how was it done? Of course, I prepared for this. I practiced once. I practiced once just before the stream, but I, with the blindfold on, I practiced once. But I have all the code ready in a lesson plan, and this lesson plan is implemented in a software that I have made to help me record YouTube videos and also teach in class sometimes. So this software is automatically typing the code from my lesson plan. And it looks like this. So let me try to bring it in here. So this is the essentially the lesson plan that I have used for today. And if you start it, it auto types everything in it letter by letter. So after I start this software for the auto typing, all I have to do is go here. But now you don't see that software because it's the window behind. So I'm actually going to have to do a kind of trick here to make it always on top. And you won't see the code appearing beneath it unless I also make it um, transparent. So let me try to do these things, otherwise you don't understand what is happening. So now the window is transparent, you can see a little bit through it. So when the code is going to be written here, you should be able to tell what is behind it a little bit. And I have some other keyboard here that I can put in the camera so that you see what is happening. So maybe you can see, I don't know. Yeah, you can see. So anytime I'm typing any letter on the keyboard, it looks like I'm typing normally, but actually I have I'm advancing inside of that lesson plan, letter by letter, and it's typing the whole code essentially perfectly, one letter at a time. Sometimes there are some special symbols in this tool, like now there's this down arrow appearing there, meaning that it's just going to press the down arrow key, and then the body starts to be defined and the body is closed and so on. Now, this next symbol is going to save the file, And this next symbol here is going to do an Alt Tab to go to the browser. And the next symbol is going to do a refresh, Control F5. And now you see that Emordnilap.js in the top bar. Normally, I never use these special symbols, and this is like a special variant of this tool that I made only for this live stream, and it was kind of like a last minute thing. So some of these things didn't work as expected. But now this next symbol stands again for Alt Tab, so it goes back to the code. And now up arrow is going to be that one. This arrow to the right that is thick just means end, the end key on the keyboard. So it makes sure that you're not in the middle of the body text. And then enter, and then you define the input field. And actually, I can go like this pretty much automatically through the whole lesson, what I have been typing that I have taught you before. So the thing is going to type essentially everything again if I'm going to do that. But there are these problems now because the tool has these last minute weird symbols there that I added to do this kind of like switching windows and creating new files and whatever. Usually when I use this tool for making videos, I don't have this kind of stuff. I mean, I do have my eyes open and I can switch windows myself and I know what is going to appear there. But you see here, it missed the S because I typed too quickly. So somehow the S appeared in the wrong place. And if I want to fix this so the file won't be called tile, I have to go here and I would have to pause the auto typing system. Control P has the system, my tool has a way to pause it. So I can type a normal S and then I can go back to the end here and I can fix this problem that was happening. But now style CSS has the S in it. So because I typed too quickly there. So this is the reason why previously there were those mistakes. I could have fixed these problems in some way or another. It was just kind of a last minute thing trying to get it to work. And I'm quite happy with how it went out. So yeah, but anyway, so other than this file creation and sometimes these issues happening, everything was essentially automated. And to keep me on track, somebody mentioned there that I have some kind of help in the headset. It's not telling me anything from the typing. I just somehow was able to memorize part of the code and talk those things like what the code is doing. But there were two key things that kept me on track. The first one, every one of these yellow fields that are comments for the teacher, so that I know that now I'm testing the resize and aligning of the input field. I have modified this tool just before the stream to speak into my headset the text inside of the yellow. So it helps to keep on track that I'm being told from time to time where we are. And the second thing that keeps me on track is a little bit cheating. The blindfold is I don't see anything through it. But I do see a change in the light when my computer changes from the browser to the code editor, because the browser is all white and the code editor is dark. So now when it switches back, this change in brightness, I can kind of tell through this, even though it's supposed to block everything, I can kind of tell that yes, now it changed from the code editor to the browser. So I still consider it a blindfold, and I could have added one of those things that tells me in the speaker if I'm in the browser or not. So yeah. But anyway, of course, all of this was a trick. And the reason I made this tool, I have it since 2021. And ever since then, I have been making my YouTube videos with this tool because before that, it's horrible to code and talk at the same time when I have a actual job and the days when I record are very few. So I often record 10, I think my maximum was 20 videos in one day. And I can't do more than 3 videos in one day because I get very tired. But with this tool, I just have to explain the code that is automatically coming there. And that means that I don't get so tired. And what also matters is that I don't have editing as post-processing. So, of course, I have some editing, and you might have seen in my videos, sometimes I stumble the words and then I have to say things again, or you see a cut in the speaking there. But those are very minor. There are big problems when you do a small typo, even if you have a plan pre-written. If you have a typo somewhere and you just don't see it, you might have even up to half an hour time just looking for the bug. And then when looking for the bug, you end up changing a lot of stuff. So very often you don't want that in your final video. So that means a lot of work has to go into post-processing to edit it in a seamless way and remove the problematic part. So with this tool, I really could upload weekly for over 3 years, I think, pretty much. And it's not very difficult for me to do lesson plans with this. The reason I'm stopping making videos is not because it's too challenging. I have some other reasons. But now this tool is also useful when teaching in class because you have days when you are good, when you feel like very energetic and the brain works very well. But there are also times when you cannot do that. And students are still there in the class, so you have to perform very good. And if you do a silly mistake and somehow you don't spot it and the students don't spot it, it's very often that the lesson gets interrupted in the middle, and then you have to send some email at the end with, hey, sorry, I found the bug. Here's the updated code. I changed this and that and so on. So I use this tool when teaching in class rarely, very rarely. This year I used it twice, this academic year. So of course I teach all the time, but if I don't feel very good on that day, if I have been sick or something and I just got back, I might use this because it really helps. But otherwise, it's very important for students to also see mistakes and figure out the problems together. And of course, I could put in some kind of mistakes artificially, like just to teach the debugging and so on. But yeah, it's basically, again, I typed too quickly now, this B there. So yeah, but anyway, so because I'm stopping making videos, I don't need this tool to be like a kind of secret anymore. It wasn't really a secret. I have many comments where people were asking me, how does the code come so smooth and no typos and so on? And I have said that they are very much rehearsed, and that I have a tool that helps with the typing. But this tool was horrible for the first 2 to 3 years. It didn't even have an interface, so it wouldn't tell me what it's telling me on the right there, that the where I am and what is the next letter that is coming. I had to have the lesson plan in my mind and just know when it's going to do the auto typing and when not. So this interface is just a recent addition, and it's because I'm making this tool open source, and I'm also going to present it at a conference in a couple of weeks for teachers. So if somebody does live coding like this, it gives people confidence and somehow um, makes you stay on track and reduces this stress in the classroom, because there's very much stress when you're coding to stay on track. And you shouldn't focus just on the code, you should focus on the students so that you interact with the people and see if they have questions or if they are stuck on something. And if they are, go to them and try to help them figure out what the bug is. So in situations where I have to type a lot of code, like we code some longer project in a short time, I use this. But mostly I teach relatively beginner things, and those don't are um, so long, like these kind of projects that I make on YouTube. So really, it's something that I've done on YouTube exclusively for since 2021. The first video I used it was something with Spider-Man's web shooters. So after that, almost all the videos were recorded with this, and it saved me so much time and effort, and um, it's so much easier to record things that are automatically typed. And I have all lesson plans I have made for all the videos in the past, like the self-driving car and the machine learning course and everything. I can show you just in a second. But basically, this is how how this tool works. And it might look extremely easy, but if you try the tool, it's a learning curve. So the reason I know how to use it, and I can even use it blindfolded, is just because I've been using it for 4 years, and I have built this tool for me. So it's not something that that fits to every teacher's way of doing things. And I hope that I get feedback and try to improve this so that it becomes more useful to people. And if somebody wants to use it to make videos or teach, I would be very curious to see what their experiences are and so on. But basically, yeah, you got the idea. Let me check the chat because I was now explaining this so long that yeah, and I'm gonna stop this auto typing thing because I believe you got the idea by now. And just quickly, the tool has been on my GitHub already for quite a while. I just haven't promoted it, so it's somewhere. It's this one. And my colleague also helped me, Ansi, with Ansi has helped me with making the installer for the tool and also some advice and different things. It uses Python and this auto hotkey, so it's a software that helps remap the keys that you are pressing on the keyboard to anything else, really. And I've coded it in Python, but I'm not very happy about the code. I mean, it's something that I just bought together for my needs, and it has seen so many different versions. And now it's a version that has everything I need. But if there will be many suggestions or people have different ideas, I don't see any problem re-implementing this. So um, yeah, so this is there, and there will be two videos coming. So the remaining videos on my channel are going to be one showing how annoying editing videos is when you make mistakes. So this one is probably coming next week. How to edit coding tutorials. And there is one request. Okay. Before this tool existed, I got many comments when I make videos that are very long, saying, cut out that thing from here, cut out that thing from here, and just make it shorter so that the mistakes go away. Well, this shows why that is horrible. And cutting out one single mistake took me 2 hours. So I explain why it took 2 hours in this video, and this is coming next week. And the other one presents this tool that I used today in more detail. So I'm waiting for this paper to be published, and it should happen next week, I think. So that's why this video is after that. And that's going to be the last one that is coming. And one more very short one. I just explained what is on the channel. That's going to be the absolute last video that I make on the channel. I have no plans to make any other videos after that one. Yeah. Let me check now your chat because I'm sure there are many things related to this. Errors are okay. Yeah. This Steve guy is laughing. Macro recorder-ish. Yeah. Uh, errors are scripted. I have scripted very many errors or very many debugging sessions in my tutorials. When I code the project myself the first time, I make a note when I had problems, when I had an error, when I had something. And if it's something I think that would help in the educating, then I include it in my lesson plan. So this Leo tool that I'm using, of course, it types whatever I want. I can type mistakes there. So very often I do include short errors that I explain briefly because I consider them things that you might stumble upon when you try to follow along. You don't need to have a perfect experience when coding it, even though, of course, you could. And of course, there's a lot of back and forth when I teach using it because I still keep the order of the things from when I implemented it myself to be realistic. But everything is scripted, and I think that this should be very clear to everybody that in general teachers who teach something very likely have taught that thing many times before and they have a plan for it. In my case, it's just really scripted and very automated when I use this tool. So yeah, it's almost like replaying a video, but I have full control over the speed. So if I'm teaching in class, I can always pause. I can always pause the app and improvise if students have something. And actually, I didn't show here, but you will see in this video coming next week or in 2 weeks that you can also skip through the plan, like you can jump through different parts of the plan or have different implementation ideas, like maybe you include one section or maybe not, and just jump and skip one part. So there are some details coming in the next 2 weeks about how to how to use this tool. Yeah, okay. I don't do any LLM from scratch with vanilla JavaScript because you can't do any LLM without a lot of training data. And I don't want to get weird training data from online or start cleaning it. Like I made that machine learning course some 2 years ago or something, and I asked everybody on YouTube to draw for me car, fish, house, tree, bicycle, guitar, pencil, clock. I still remember what the drawings are. I got, at the moment, I think I have over 10,000 drawings from different people. And even looking through them so that I don't get some nasty drawings, because of course people drew some bad things as well, took me hours. And text data is even worse. And I'm not going to implement such things that rely on so much machine learning and so much training data because I don't have the rights to the data. And when I teach things, I want it to be personal. Like I liked that people contributed for the course with their own data because normally courses like that use some existing data from somewhere. Maybe it's open source and maybe it's like in the Creative Commons and you can use it. But then there's no connection to that data and there's no understanding of that data. You just do the implementation and statistics, and I don't consider it a good course. So it's not about can you implement it. You can implement it. It's just that LLM does nothing without the training part, and that's when it becomes problematic. And JavaScript is very slow for training, so you wouldn't use it. Yeah, I didn't remember everything. So I said that those yellow fields that are supposed to be comments were actually spoken in the headset. So somebody got it that headset has some role. There's a reason for it. So it helped me stay on track, but not everything. I mean, think about it. If I would have implemented the tool to speak everything into my headset, you can't talk when you hear something at the same time, or you can't listen while you do it. So it would have been this awkward thing when I'm listening something and then I'm repeating it, but then it starts speaking at them. No, it was just a couple of words here and there that were reminding me where I am. But the tool that I have online here doesn't have that functionality. So that functionality and creating new files or jumping through them in this weird automatic way, because I was worried I can't find Alt Tab. And if I press Alt and caps lock or something by mistake, then all the letters start to maybe mess up or something. Shortcuts start to get triggered. And so I blindfolded. I don't trust myself to even to find the arrow keys and move that. Everything had to be scripted. And even then, I made mistakes because there was this one stupid bug. I should have added a pause there after creating the file so that it doesn't quickly jump to typing in it before saving or whatever. Yeah, so if that would have been there, then the demo would have been flawless. But it wasn't. And then something happened while changing, while doing an Alt Tab. Before it switched the context, it also pressed something, and that also made some misalignment with the line numbers. Like you remember, first time I implemented this, there was already a mistake before the rotation started to work. And now when I demoed it with the keyboard in front of the camera, there were two mistakes I had to fix. I tried to be a little bit slow on those parts, but I couldn't remember exactly when everything was happening. So I might have pressed two keys too quickly and it was in the wrong time. And that's when those problems happened. Yeah. Um, yeah, you're welcome, John, for the legendary content. Um, it's a very smart system. It was a needed system back then. So channel was growing then with the self-driving car, before the self-driving car actually. The self-driving car phase one already used this system, but a much worse version of it. You can see it's a weird way of typing some of the things if you look at the videos closely. And in time, it just became more and more natural, as if I'm really typing it live, like now, like today, basically. So the system has improved so much, and it had so many things, like this thing with the speaking in the headset. Early versions of the system had to tell me when it's auto typing and when not in the headset, because I didn't have any interface telling me where it is. So I had some small sounds when it's going on and when it's off, and when I could improvise, and when I had to switch things, I had to have a list of the whole plan there. Yeah, it was really, it was really crazy. And like if I show you this, let's open this tool again. So this is the one with this Emordnilap plan, but these are all my plans. So this is kind of a messy thing what I have here, but like the self-driving car phase 2 is here. Phase 1 is not here anymore because the first version of Leo, of this tool, was is not backward. The current version is not backwards compatible with the plan structure, so I can't load it in this one. But I don't think I need to teach that course again, or if I do, it's gonna need to be rewritten because there are some old syntax things in it, and many people don't like old JavaScript syntax. So yeah, but this is phase 2 of the self-driving car course. So basically, starting here somewhere, if YouTube loads. So this one. So if we go to where the code is, it's teaching about graphs in this one. And well, let's open the lesson plan. Creates the index HTML, something, world editor, blah, 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 and it's long. So this plan is very long compared to the Emordnilap project. It's just the first lesson of the self-driving car, and it's huge. So after it's done, and these yellow parts are just things for me to know what I have to do so that I can still speak while coding and it feels smooth and so on. So here there is no automatic triggering from there, and sometimes I have to copy pieces of code and modify them and whatever. The comments here are somehow for me to read. Other people might not be able to use these plans in the same way that I did. But now this is lesson 2, so lesson 2 seems to be a little bit shorter. And this is where you can edit the graph, and then, I don't know, buildings and trees. These pluses here were lessons that I only made for channel members. So I prepared everything ahead of time when coding everything. So yeah, this is generating the buildings and the trees for this self-driving car virtual world part. And yeah, and a lot of other things like, I don't know, bad apple something, earth cat, hacker typer. I think all of these are uh, videos. This is zigzag game that I liked, and I made a version of it. The rotating snakes illusion. So all the videos since 2021 have these kind of plans. Sometimes I write here at the top who invented the illusion or whatever, so that I might talk about that. By the way, the idea of making illusions came also from Vsauce, I think, because he has a lot of things related to illusions as well. And then I thought, why not code them as small projects? Because I find them very interesting, and I thought other people find them interesting. So if you are coding something that you like, and then you want to expand on the illusion and do your own kind of experiments, then that's kind of a good lesson, because it means you still want to play with the code afterwards. Okay, anyway, so yeah, let's see. Still some messages in the chat. Yeah, Pavan, there will not be next video, and this tool, the code is there, so it's on my GitHub. You can find all the code for how this was made. It's kind of messy. Making the tool, I think it's straightforward. It's not very complicated if you read the documentation for this auto hotkey and how to reassign key presses. But I don't think the tool is very useful for people who are not me, because of the way that I do the teaching. And so far I've been showing it to a lot of other teachers, and as far as I know, I'm the only one using it. And that's why now I go to a conference to try showing it to others and see if they find it useful. And if they do, then this tool, I will probably re-implement it or make it more like towards a common direction. But I have to be very clear, this tool is perfect for me. So it's been just made with my needs in mind. So I don't need any different tool when making videos. And without it, it's very hard to make things. Like, many of my live streams end up abruptly because they are not scripted, and they often end up with 1 hour at the end of me just thinking, what am I still doing, and should I still be coding, and whatever. But that kind of experience is also important, I think, because it's very authentic. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue to look at this. How I built that tool. I coded it. I'm a coder. I built it. It was Python in the very beginning, or there might have been a C# version in the very, very beginning. No, I don't remember. It was 2021. So when I started building it. And I've been updating it every time I make new videos. I realize that the lesson plan or the way that the tool works can be improved. After I record the video, I make the notes what the problems were. And I think 2 years from now, they stopped happening. but I was still relying on very much memory, kind of like now when I coded blindfolded, so I couldn't see that tool, and the small hints were telling me where I am. It was kind of like that back then. So mm, it had this audio thing, but now it has nothing in the audio telling me because I just see what the tool is showing, what this application is showing, and very often I just have it on top of my code. So like I showed you before with the transparency, and when I record, I just don't show that window. So I really code with the tool next to it. I never use multiple screens or something like this, because I can use this tool when I travel, when I go to give guest lectures at other universities, or uh, any kind of in situation like that. I have very much flexibility. And uh, of course, in my office, I can have many screens. Like, I don't know, here there are many. Like I have my laptop where I'm it's upside down, but you probably get the point. And then this one here where I'm seeing the live stream things, but all the other ones are closed. So I don't use them because I'm just used to using only this one. But of course, when the live stream is on, I have to check your chat, and it can't be on the same screen really, even though it now is. I hate screens. I'm this weirdo that always doesn't need it. The chat is actually on the left side here because it's blocked by my camera. So, uh, mm, I mean, you can see me on camera there, and behind me, if I would hide me, you could see the chat. So I just prefer one screen, and I have just become very good at it because I code on trains, I code on planes, I code in different other places, and if I get used to other screens, I can't do it on one screen anymore. So it's a thing. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I make mistakes, scripted mistakes, and I make a lot of mistakes in my live streams. So those were, I think, as authentic as it gets. Um, I don't know if the video quality is really good, but I think the clarity is really good because I'm able to just explain what the code that appears on the screen is doing. I don't have to focus about typing each letter at a time. And because at the end of typing the code there are no mistakes, I don't need to spend time editing it in post. In the beginning, it was horrible. Editing was taking so much time. It was before the weekly upload schedule. But with this, it's really nothing. I made the lesson plan for this tool in uh, 20 minutes because I used AI. So I used AI to help me. I think Claude or something. I said what I wanted, and then it didn't work. um, this step here is critical. Um, where is it? When I said that if you don't know the trick to just rotate the canvas and keep all the gears in place, and then you would need to add the location of the gears needs to change according to the rotation angle. That level of difficulty broke the AI. So I gave a very detailed prompt, but the calculations it had to do and everything just it didn't do anything good. The letters were somewhere outside of the screen and they were not appearing anywhere. But much of the code was decent. and it was on the right track. And after I removed those problematic parts and I realized that this can be done much simpler, I made few more prompts. I uh, cleaned up a lot of stuff. It adds so much unnecessary things when the application can be done in a simple way. But I know what I'm doing, and I mean, I could have implemented this without AI, but 20 minutes was enough to code the app and to write the Leo lesson plan. Um, Today, I added the switching automatically from the windows, these kind of things that were needed for the blindfold stuff. And I didn't have time to test it that well. Just one time I tested it. It went okay-ish, but I knew that I'm gonna have some mistakes in the live stream as well because of those things. But yeah, yes, debugging is part of the process. But I have half an hour time when in some videos where I'm just figuring out the error. Like one half an hour goes away for figuring out the error. Um, and the error is something like you accidentally typed a colon instead of a semicolon. And then the video that would be 15 minutes becomes, that's not the only error. And then the only video, the video that would be 15 minutes becomes 3 hours, something like that. And then the comments are like, I'm not gonna watch a 3 hour long video. And it's true. I mean, in the end, keeping the full unedited experience, it's bad when the mistake really has nothing to add there. And you would have to start editing them out. So, yeah, I mean, people expect when you post videos, if they are not live like this one, um, they should be more to the point. And if you have been watching my videos, you see that I still have very many mistakes and I keep those that are common there. But I mean, that appear very common. But there has to be somehow, if you check my live streams, you will see a lot of comments saying, I cannot watch 8 hours. So, yeah, I agree with your comment, and I think that people would benefit from watching those things. But people don't. And it's one thing one reason why I stopped making them. So I would prefer that people watch those unedited ones because the full thought process and the mistakes are more valuable, but people don't have time. Like if they find some video with what they want in 15 minutes, they might still look to see if they find one in 10 minutes before they watch the 15-minute one. It seems to be the weird world that we are living in. So when making videos, it's you have to keep those things in mind as well, and editing out mistakes that don't really teach you anything useful, uh, because after you try out all the possible things, like when debugging, you look for things like, are you editing the correct file? Do you have the one open in the browser that you think you have on? Is the live server extension working? Is the auto reload feature on? You start to look for everything, for every kind of weird thing there. Did the browser cache the different things? And of course, these are things that developers should be looking for. But they take a very long time to do, and they happen so frequently in my case in the live mode that it makes the live streams very long, and very often the mistakes are there. And um, I always get comments like, okay, can you edit the final live stream to take those things out, because you can't watch 8 hours. So yeah, that's somehow the reason why this tool appeared. Otherwise, the channel would have probably very few videos, and the watching experience would be very different. So yeah. And there are those days in class when I started to use this tool. It's very rare that I use it in class, but if it's a day when I just cannot concentrate very well, and I happen to have the lesson plan written already, um, I just know that the lesson is not going to end on time, and it's not going to end in a right way, and I'm going to end up just staring in my screen for uh, half an hour trying to figure out the bug. Sometimes the students in the class are quite good and they notice it before me. Um, but very often it ends in an abrupt way, in a weird way, when I'm not 100%. So that's somehow the reason I'm writing this paper about it, because I think it can make the experience smooth for participants, for students. And yeah, it's a little unrealistic that these errors go away, but I think it's the teacher's job to keep errors there, to make the experience real. And I find it much more um, useful when the students have errors, but everybody is following along on a code that works. And then every student has different errors, and then they try to fix them on their own machine because they have some typos or whatever. And then I have the time to sometimes go through the tables and help students with the problems. Otherwise, if I have my own problems, then the interaction just goes out the window. So yeah, I think that students have the thing in mind that the teacher must have had a lot of practice for these things. So having less errors should be expected. And when the video is edited, spending time in the edited video to fix something is almost always a bad comment appearing there. Because like an edited video shouldn't have pauses or moments where the person doesn't know what they're doing, or they're thinking something so hard that they cannot talk for 10 minutes. Um, yeah, those are things I've learned from the channel, and you tend to agree. Yeah, I don't know what code helper is. um, or flow coder. Mm-hmm. um, yeah, I know. That's your opinion there, but the majority of the people are commenting like that, and it tends to be true. So if the project itself starts and just doesn't go anywhere, and then the end of the stream is like, I just have to give up. I've had streams where the project isn't working at the end, so the whole stream is a fail. Um, will you watch so many hours and then at the end, well, nothing works? So it's I know what you're saying. Um, I'm talking to Rich, like Rich. So I know what you're saying, but um, fact of the matter is you and very few others would give it the time. And that's why this editing is needed. And actually, so this so with this tool that I have, it's very easy to make very much content very fast. So there's no need for the editing anymore unless I stumble on my words. Uh, the live streams would take much more time because all the active thinking there just means that it's going to be a very long one to get something done and something like worthwhile. So those would take a very long time. I have had days when I have recorded okay, I have had weeks where I have recorded 30 videos and edited them in a single week. So 30 videos with a weekly upload schedule, that's more than half of the year's worth in one single week of work. And if I would do live streams for that week non-stop, assuming that I'm not sick or that the brain works, that just means 7 videos. So basically, if YouTube would be something like my actual job, then of course you could consider it like that. But I don't like talking to the camera all the time. I actually don't like talking to the camera. This live session now is a little bit different, but when recording just yourself in the room, I much rather have the students there. So it's also one of the reasons. And nowadays, in the last couple of years, I've been working on videos for about 2 weeks in a year or so. The only exception is this very long one, which is 2 hours. That was with the computational problem solving course. So that one took a very long time to make because it was involved with the competition and yeah, it took a lot of planning to get it, and it's 4 hour long coding. Of course, I have the plan for that also somewhere. So it was using this tool as well. I put very special attention into that one because it has most of the things that I know. So most of the things that I know are in these 4 hours there. And while making this course, I explained some of the things already in this other video. And while making that course, I just knew that this is going to be a course that people won't consider exciting and so on. And I knew that I'm working for a very long time on something that is not going to be a hype type of content. But I did it because I think that it's a very valuable thing that I wanted to share as a kind of a last project here. And again, those things that are explained in that course are very many of them. And it's more like those techniques that I present in this one, I have used them when making all the other projects as well. Like you see how to code the self-driving car or whatever project, but you don't see how I developed the project. You just see the steps to get the project done so that it works. But those are after I spent very much time problem solving to how to get to those components and how to have those like classes in case of OOP or that those structures there in the code. You only see like the recipe to get the application implemented and it looks nice and you can learn many things from it, but it doesn't mean you can build a similar system yourself. I mean, sure, you could build a self-driving boat simulation or something, um, or a plane or something that is really, really similar by modifying the physics a little bit and modifying the visuals a little bit. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the skills needed to um, come up with a complete system of the same level of complexity that does something different. So these kind of skills are in this course, explained how to somehow get to them, how to develop those skills. And if you look at what people kind of look for nowadays is easy solution for solving very difficult problems like 3 lines of code or something like that. So I understand your view that you would like to have those kind of deep things, but fact of the matter is very few people are like that, and most of the people see 4 hours, click away, and that just means uh, YouTube gets the message that the video is not good because many people think like that. And that means that even subscribers don't get notified by it. Maybe like the notification alerts that you talk about work, but I've seen so many channels saying, hey, everybody, seems like YouTube is not sharing my content anymore. Please unsubscribe and resubscribe, press the bell again and again, and make sure it's still on, because somehow looks like YouTube is broken or whatever. So really, the type of content that I would like to make that is more deep and more involved. Like I really liked making this course as a follow-up to the, oh, not that one, to the competition that happened during the summertime. So that kind of, the competition that happened in the summertime was really something that I enjoyed seeing, because a lot of people were problem solving for 2 months trying to figure it out. I gave some kind of hints, but not really helping them solve it. And I think that that level of learning is something that I want to have. But YouTube and the way that it's letting me interact with people is horrible and very difficult. And I have to rely on Discord or other systems to do the interaction. And when something is too long, it gets treated like that. So YouTube shows it to a bunch of people, and a lot of people think like, hell no, 4 hours is like 2 movies. I'm not gonna spend my time on that. And when they click away, in the first batch of people who see the video, then YouTube gets the message, this is not going to be something I show to other people. And then, yeah. So it's very hard to explain, but it's not about the numbers, because if YouTube would show the thing to a lot of people and I want to interact with all those people, I can't. So the numbers at the moment, I'm happy with them. The number of people that participated in this competition in the summer was almost too much for me to be able to interact with them and keep track of what they're doing. And I did it because I wanted the interaction. So I'm not really complaining about that YouTube wouldn't promote the content, but that those people who might want to see the content, which are few, I know that there are much fewer people like that, still don't even learn that such content exists, even though they might be looking for it. So somehow this it's hard to say. So I would be scared to have a lot of people wanting the interaction from those videos. Like now I'm accepting homework assignments from that course, and I have to look at them and review them and give feedback and so on. It's a lot of work. If I would really have a bunch of people doing it, it would be way too much. I wouldn't be able mm, to evaluate those things in the same way. So I don't like automating things that I consider important, and I don't want to give any tasks that can be solved quickly. So these assignments and this problem solving course was made in a way that AI is very bad at. So it won't be able um, to help you very much. And that also takes a very much time to develop material like that. And one other thing that is in my mind, and it's really bothering me, is that watching tutorials, um, especially when they are at a good pace and the information is given at the right time, people get it. It doesn't become confusing. People understand what it is, uh, what each step is doing. But then at the end of the tutorial, they are not able to reproduce that thing without watching the video again. And I know this for a fact because some of the videos that I use, I also use in my lessons at work, and then I can evaluate students after that. And I know which video types of videos work and which types of videos don't work. So the problem I have with this is that when you hear information that makes sense, it's not the same thing as you trying to build the thing and then not knowing what to do and then look for the solution a lot, like struggle for it, and then eventually find the answer. When you do that, that answer will stick. The way that you solve the problem will stick. Otherwise, it doesn't. But watching the tutorial makes you feel like, oh, and now I know this, oh, and now I know this, and now I know this. And at the end, maybe, especially if I share the code, people are like, they get the code, they change two values there, they see that they're, they understand what it's doing and what the update is, and they think that now I know how to do this. This was a great tutorial. But actually, it's not the case unless they really pause every time when they do something and they start debugging and they try modifying. And there are people who do that, I know. But for others, I worry that the types of videos I make, most of them, except for these very hard to make ones, give the wrong idea that it's actually learning because they understand everything. Everything just makes sense. But it really comes in one ear and out the other. And I don't want to contribute to this kind of thing. So I would say that's the main reason why I will stop the videos. I mean, I have no plan to make others. This kind of live streams, maybe someday, but the way of interacting is bad. And I don't want to use things that we can code together and everyone can have access to the code and like sharing the code like that. It's the point is not that I would like tools like that. It's that I would like to somehow interact in real time with people and maybe say modify different things and then showcase all of your things and see how they are different and then wait a little bit. And the chat is horrible for that. Discord might work, but it adds a lot of extra things to worry about during the live stream. And it needs very specific planning. It's a difficult thing to plan, so it's not something I have energy for and time for. So videos that are easy to make and that I could use with the tools that I built and the systems that I've built, I don't consider them as valuable as people think they might be. And those that take a lot of effort to make, I don't have time for. The tools are just not existing that help me to make those, and I don't even know if they can exist, because I think the human connection between the people should be there. And um, yeah, I prefer to have it with the students that are in the class and that I am interacting with. So I focus on that more nowadays. And I also have some other hobbies that I'm doing. So those would be the main reasons. And now I stopped a little bit and more messages came, but yeah. Okay, some proud Romanian. Theo 301. Yeah, I could make it speak. I could make it be like the I could connect it with the avatar that I coded that long time ago. This it's actually my most popular video and it's a weird one. So this is exactly the opposite of what I've been talking about now. A 12-hour long unedited video is actually my most watched video. But the reason for that, well, first reason is I haven't developed this tool back then, or it was in a very early stage. Second was this was a challenge, so I had to participate with one of my students. We were fighting together, and I think I promised, or I made it in my mind that I will not use internet when coding this, and I will not use any kind of resources. So I was supposed to be as like handcuffed as possible to have a fair fight because um, yeah, student was relatively a beginner and he wanted to challenge, so I did it. But anyway, the reason this became so popular is because of this claim of no libraries and no internet, and because the end result was actually quite okay. The code is a complete mess. I don't know if I could read it anymore because it was horrible spaghetti. And it was made in 2 days. I had also meetings and teaching in that time, so I was coding a little bit, going somewhere else, coding again, going somewhere else, and about 2 days, 6 hours per day, I did this, put it all together without the pauses, so it's just one long thing. Um, and it's the only time when this kind of live unedited thing became so watched, but there are a lot of comments in it saying that this should be made shorter and so on. And actually the video that I will publish next week explaining how difficult it is to edit things came as a request to this one. So somebody said, okay, this part in the beginning, you are 15 minutes there, um, you forgot to load the image. So I was debugging. I forgot that I have to wait for the image to load until it can be drawn on the canvas. And I was debugging everything in that 15 minutes. And somebody, it wasn't the only person. Many people in the comments were saying, okay, that part there, 15 minutes, you're just trying random stuff. It's not helping anybody. If you cut that out and many other things, this is going to become a much better viewing experience. And it's true. And shorter, much shorter. This could become less than half for sure, because many of the things I tried there, I tried a bunch of stuff and then I went back a lot of times. I removed all the things that I've tried many times. And nobody can follow everything there, like the whole 12 hours. Like there's no motivation to do it when you hear at some point, okay, this doesn't work. Let's remove these 3 files and let's try some other way, and so on. So basically all the time writing those 3 files would have to be taken out and then just jump to the other thing. The people who would watch this one, like all the way to the end, are like rich there. So very few of them. But the reason this was promoted by YouTube is because of the topic, and people found it very interesting. And there were also quite many comments saying, without internet, are you trying to somehow discourage people that are relying on internet when coding or something like that? So it also got some people angry about the thing there. But I wanted to make it as a kind of a statement that I didn't cheat for the competition, and also because people who become good at coding should be able to do some things also without external help. So it's a kind of a reminder that this relying on too much extra help is a bad thing. But anyway, because of this kind of somewhat negative aspect, and the project was kind of cool, and I showcased it in the first part of the video, and people liked it, YouTube started sharing it, and now it's flattened out. But this is the exception. So if you look at other popular things, they are not this type of content. They tend to be short things or things that are impactful. Yeah. No, I don't need to be perfect, but the system needs content to be clean and to the point, and not to have wasted moments, because that's how society evolved. It just seems like waste of time, and people don't appreciate these moments when they don't get. It feels at least like they don't get anything out of it. I know your point, and I know that there are few people like you, and some of the content I made is like that, and it's supposed to show all the struggles. But it conflicts with what works, and takes a very long time to do, and it only works if I'm in a very good state of mind on that day. So shorter projects and that are scripted in this way, I can record even if it's a bad day. So this is the big difference with the way I started to make most of the videos, and they are all of them since 2021, apart from live streams. And there was one live stream where I used it, the self-driving car phase 1 live stream, because it was such a big project and I wanted to code all of it live and interact with the chat at the same time. I essentially used the lesson plan that I used when making the course also during the live stream, and it was a very engaging live stream. I did the analysis of the words I was speaking and the comments in the chat, and it's by far the live stream where I interact the most with people, while also delivering the code. And interaction is somehow very important. You can't do it if you are stuck with the errors. You get the stress that the time is running out, you have to go away, but this is not ending. Who knows when there is time again to do it? And when you do have time again, when you find a window to do it again, maybe you're sick. So it's also happened a few times. I had to cancel the live stream, and once I broke my leg, and I had to cancel the live stream. So with full-time job and also many other things to worry about, really to keep the channel going, prepared lessons and minimum editing, and you still found them valuable. I mean, you still say you like the channel even though it's made in this way. So yeah, it's very hard to say how the channel would have been if I would just publish rarely and the things I publish would be not producing anything real, and going back and forth and having to do things off screen because it's just no time. And yeah, I'm trying now to just speak everything that comes to my mind, so it might not make full sense, but hope some of you get something out of it. Yeah. Um, I'm stopping making videos, so there are two hot cheese 3553. So I stopped making videos. I have no plan to continue making them. Two more of them are in the pipeline, and they are not really coding tutorials. So I just say how difficult the editing was before I had this tool. And I also want to publish this tool for auto typing. And then the last video I have to make, I've been asked for by many people to somehow help them navigate the channel, because videos will stay there, but people that come new to the channel don't know what to watch and in which order, and I have to figure out something there. Yeah, the mistakes make it more believable. Yeah, true. That's no question about that. But my question is, if my way of teaching until now needed the mistakes, uh, how are you here and saying that you like the channel and that it should continue? So basically, it must be that the way that the videos have been made since 2021 was a good thing, and something that I could do, and something that you did like, even though they are very, very staged and very rehearsed. I think it's also obvious that they are edited and rehearsed because of the pacing going very smooth, but also because of the different diagrams or animations or explainers that happen at the end of the, I mean, on top of the coding. And very often I have some kind of diagram or something demonstrating what is going to happen. Or so if I would have such things added to the video, but the video would have many mistakes and going back and forth and figuring out what to do. Comments are like, okay, you edited it so much to add those things. Why didn't you remove that part? Because it doesn't add anything. And of course, the developing itself, the figuring out that there is a bug and how you figure out which bug and so on, it's a thing that is a part of coding and that should be seen, and it's the reason why I have the live streams. But when you find the problem, sometimes on a good day you find it right away, and sometimes on a bad day you never find it. And that's also something that is the thing. Like, it could be so easy. Everybody watching could be, it's the semicolon. It's a colon. It's a semicolon. Come on, see it there, but then you don't see it for a very long time. I'm talking about not the live streams, because I might look at the chat in the live stream, but it's very hard to look at the chat while thinking what might be wrong and so on. But I'm talking about long videos like this one that were not a live stream, and that I just would have to start editing afterwards. But editing 12-hour long video means at least that I would have to watch the 12 hours, plus find all the issues, plus think of all the time how to fix all the issues, plus fix all the issues. For this video, I wouldn't joke. So if I would have to somehow take out these kind of, to keep a seamless flow for everything, I would need more than a month to do the editing and keep the relevant parts. So yeah. So most people who watch this one, they don't watch it. They just click, see, interesting, and then stop watching. Like the statistics for it are 0% watched through it. Apart from the intro few minutes, it's not a video that people have watched for following along or for trying to step by step understand what I'm saying or anything like that. It's just that it was a very popular thing, a hot topic somehow, or an impressive demo in the beginning, and that's why it worked. It's really the outlier. Yeah. Favorite project video that I made? No, but I have a least favorite. I have the one that I hate. So I have one that I really hate that I made. Where is it? It's I don't remember when I posted. This one. I hate this one so much. It's an interactive thing where I try to guess your number. So you look at it and you have to think of a number between 1 and 10, and then it does some kind of a binary search thing. But I actually weighted the binary search trees. So the tree is weighted according to real probabilities that people use when thinking about numbers. So it should actually find the number faster. I got those numbers from Veritasium, this Derek Mueller's channel, and he had some kind of question, and 100,000 people or something, they thought of a number between 1 and 100, and I used those statistics when making a tree. I like the idea very much, and I wanted to make it, but so this has been made by making a bunch of videos, like almost 200 videos that are unlisted. How do I show them? So a bunch of videos that were unlisted had to be made for making that interactive system work. And they are here. So I had a video for guessing 96 and 94 and 92 and 82 and whatever. So hundreds of videos that only get triggered depending if it's lower or higher than something. And I made a system for how to implement this, and I had the tree and I had the code, and everything should have been optimal. But then the recording started, and I recorded it in 3 hours, maybe, I don't know. I had a very good plan. Everything was fine. But the problem was, after I started editing everything, I realized that YouTube doesn't let me make a video that is just is it greater than 83? Press here if it's greater, press here if it's lower. Or well, is it 83? Press here if it's lower, or here if it's higher. I couldn't just leave that video and still have the cards on top of the video. So all the videos had to be at least 30 seconds, but I would say those things in I would say those things in 3 seconds. I couldn't extend the video, put those cards on early enough. If I would have extended the video to be minimum 30 seconds and then put the cards on, for some reason, or no, the video had to be, really don't remember. Yeah, minimum 30 seconds. That's why they are all 0.31. But then if I look at the cards for these, let's have a look. Maybe I remember. Not the editor, the end screen. Okay, so the cards couldn't extend until the very beginning. I just couldn't make the, like here, matching my hand movements to point at each of these things. For some reason, YouTube doesn't show now the scene properly. So it should point first to that one and then to that one. I couldn't move this scene where I'm actually revealing the number and then pointing to that and pointing to that. I couldn't move it in the beginning because these don't extend long enough. And I couldn't make this shorter because I couldn't add the things at the end. So then I had to add a weird loading section in the beginning. But that's horrible. It broke the whole flow of the thing that should have been just a quick click and guessing game and whatever. I figured out that instead of just linking full videos here, I could use a link. So I could use a link to jump to the time, like time is 10 seconds. It means it skips the weird intro part where it's just the background music playing. And then it kind of makes it work. But the link only worked for one item. I couldn't add two links. So I only added it for the reveal number, not for the less or the higher. But when editing everything and figuring out that I could use links, I processed all the 200 videos with that in mind. But then I realized that I could only add one link. So I had to go back to the drawing board and do something stupid. And anyway, this video took me 5 months just to figure out how to get it to be done. And in the end, I had to give up because the system in YouTube just didn't let me do it the way I wanted. And I implemented its own website that used the YouTube API and jumped through the videos in a better way. So for a better experience, I also had to code some website where these jumps and the extra things that were added to each of the video wouldn't be seen. So for example, here, if it's less than 42 or higher than 42, these are things in my code that match to the cards, but my system, my website is like, I had to re-put all the moments when the cards have to come, and each video had different times when I'm moving my hands, so I couldn't use the same number of seconds for each for it to appear. 5 months of, I don't know, probably 10 minutes per day. Maybe it doesn't sound much, but 10 minutes per day, I was just editing this and figuring out how to do it so it's a seamless experience. And I still hated it at the end because it still didn't go exactly as I planned it. And when you share websites like this, YouTube doesn't like it. I mean, YouTube likes it more if you're still in YouTube, not on some guy's website hosting the YouTube videos. Anyway, I don't remember, I can't explain anymore all the issues that happened. But every time I fix something and I thought that I get it to work in some way, things failed. And I thought about stopping this, like not doing it anymore so many times. Uh, I don't know how this one happened because there are very many videos that I start and never become a thing. But this one, something about binary search and this idea made me push through. But it's one of the least watched videos, and yeah. Anyway, so I don't think I have a favorite. I like all the videos I made because all of them are passion things. I didn't do them with some curriculum in mind. I didn't do them with some kind of obligation in mind. I did many things with optical illusions because I like optical illusions. I did those things about self-driving cars, not because I like self-driving cars, but because I like building interactive systems where things are connected and the system becomes complex, but the individual components are easy to understand. Yeah. Anyway, um, yeah, Yusuf, I am teaching you how to make your own videos. If you want to take the channel someday, I can accept videos on the channel. Um, I don't know if I will ever come back. I just know that I don't have any videos in plan. Usually the things that I have been posting have been already made with months in advance. So I had things already scheduled ahead of time and now they're running out and I don't have any more. And I don't have any plan to make new ones at the moment. And I have many other things that I want to do. So the videos are ending. And if someday I get some idea how to do things differently, I might do, but I just don't like the platform and I don't like the um, effect that the videos have. They seem to let people think that following along, like listening to the thing, they know how to build a thing like that in the future. And it's not true. Like if you just listen to it very carefully and then at the end you stop and you start coding, you are not going to do it. If you follow along step by step, then maybe your memory is a little bit better from the practice. And then again, at the end, if you would start from scratch without the video, maybe you might get to some point. Maybe you even do all of it if you paid very much attention. But most people don't watch like that. They watch it just listening to it, maybe doing also something else at the same time, maybe watching it at double speed. And then at the end, everything made sense. They understood all the steps and they maybe take the code if it's there. If it's not, they just think that those things that they learned will be useful in the future. But really, they make sense at the moment and then they disappear if you don't watch by practicing. And the reason I know is what I said. I have also tested also students afterwards and the effect that some of the videos have and other videos have. And the ones that work are those where I really stress how important it is to do the following along and the variations like homework assignments and so on. And I just don't want to give this kind of false hope that watch these and you know everything. It's not the same. It's very different from those people who follow along, let's say, with the self-driving car, and then at the end re-implement it in 3D or do something cool on top of it, reinforcement learning or whatever. I've had like that, and those people definitely have learned more and 3D physics on top of it, or I don't know, adding something because they were internally motivated to develop something on top of it. That's where the learning happens, really. And the other is you get some ideas there, but the capability, this kind of competence, doesn't mean that you can build that system, even though you wish it would mean that. So that's really the main reason. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Bunch of new things here. I'm gonna have to skip some things and well, not skip, but go through it quickly, and I would like to end soon, maybe in half an hour or so. So I mean, for backend, I use Node. John McGuinness is asking, but I tend to not use frameworks. I use libraries. I use React sometimes, but I think React. I mean, I get the point of it, that you think in components and it kind of forces you to do that and so on. But if you already know how to write modular code, you don't really need that. And it's really very helpful when you have teams working on the projects. And the things I've been doing on the channel are really these kind of passion projects. They are not the same things that I'm teaching at my work, or sometimes I have worked on some projects with other people, but not anymore in the last 5 years. So in the last 5 years, the technology has changed so much, the frameworks have changed so much, that I wouldn't know now how to do very good development with others. So in the last 5 years, I essentially switched to just teaching, and these kind of fun projects on YouTube are just my own fun things that I liked. And then when I saw them, those that look nice, I made videos out of them. Well, I disagree, John, with that. The small minority wants that. Um, because people like shortcuts a lot. Like, whenever I interact with students, I always get the feeling that a very small fraction wants the struggle, like really wants the struggle. And a lot of people would like some kind of magic thing that makes them good all of a sudden. And one problem with AI is that it gets you to feel like it might be that thing. And students use it as a kind of a gambling. So like if they have some kind of assignment to do, they just ask it until they run out of tokens, and then they hope each time they ask it starts to work, and it doesn't. So same with the videos. If I would have a video on, let's say, something, I don't know, make a, like, I don't know, there are many videos that are trending, like make a Netflix clone or something in React, or some things like that. They tend to trend because Netflix is a popular thing, React is a popular thing, and so on. If you see a video like this and it's 2 hours, but you see another one like that and it's 1 hour, the 1 hour one tends to be more popular. Yeah. But if the videos I make are supposed to be interactive, I don't want them to be popular. So I prefer less people watching them and more interaction. But those are so hard for me that I cannot focus on them with the current methods I have, and the technology doesn't help much because it's supposed to be interactive. It's supposed to be that I am up to date all the time with what people are doing and what they're working on. And it's the reason why that competition with the decoded drawings was during the summertime, because I could every day check updates in it. I can't do that with full week work, and basically those kind of contents that are okay for small number of people with a high interaction are very tiring for me. And these kind of short videos that are easy for me to make, like today's demo in the live stream, very easy for me to make. I feel they are misleading those people who are just skipping through it as fast as possible, taking the essential things and thinking that they have learned them because they just understood what they are now and at the moment. But they haven't learned them. They just go away tomorrow. They don't stick. And I'm worried this type of content is misleading and it's damaging. I don't say that my videos are damaging. I think that those people, that all my videos I have made, I put a lot of care into them, and I'm trying to have things that are very important explained into them, but I'm assuming that people follow along with them. But statistics show that majority of people skip through them very quickly, and that just means that they don't get maybe even anything from them, but they expect that they get from them something. And that's the reason I'm feeling like it's somehow cheating some people that think like that. I'm not talking about those like you who appreciate going into the nitty-gritty things and that I try to explain very low-level details, and I know there are those people, but they tend to be the minority, and I don't want to have a majority that is misled by something. I hope that makes sense. I'm maybe using the wrong words here, or somehow my mind is not, my thoughts are not so clear, but yeah. Yeah, you will still have access to the channel, and there's still a couple of videos coming, but there are not coding tutorials. Alvin. Yeah, Daniel, thanks. Mm, yes, the failed projects are just as important. Sometimes even more important. I've had a couple of failed projects that did better, or failed videos. Like I tried this coding underwater once, and I think that there was quite a lot of interaction in the comments. Or not necessarily in the comments. Sometimes I get comments on Discord, sometimes private messages, but when I failed to code underwater, so many people had great ideas how it could have worked out. So a fail in some of the videos really hits to this human aspect. So failure is a thing, and I mean, I have it there. I'm not trying to hide the failures. But when you see edited video and you see that it's supposed to explain steps of doing something and keep people focused on the thing, uh, it's it's different when you start to have the problem recording that video, and then you're really struggling to figure out what it is, and you cannot express what you're doing at the moment because your mind is just trying all kind of things. So um, panicking or stressing about um, the bug that is appearing means moments when you're doing stuff and you're not talking about that stuff. And then those watching don't know what you're doing. Um, and those are many moments if I wouldn't use scripts when recording, and editing them out is very hard. It's very hard, like you'll see next week in one of the videos. So I know, and I agree with you that seeing the struggle and seeing how the thing happened and seeing what might happen to you, the follower there or somebody who doesn't, is a learning opportunity. But also very often it's such a minor thing that it's enough to say, oh, this happened because of that. So you just keep the later part of it, the explanation of why the error happened, not the 10, 15 minutes or whatever it is of random stuff you try to do to figure out the issue, often checking completely irrelevant things or things that wouldn't have happened. You just think something broke. VS Code's save function fails. It shows that the file is saved, but it's not saved. It's like it never happens. Or live extension doesn't reload. It can happen, but it's very rare. And I actually rarely use that in my videos. But anyway, um, unless you start making videos and you get the feel for them, it's hard for me to somehow put my observations and my notes into words here that make sense to people watching the videos. And unless you have read all the comments and seen all the feedback and looked at all the statistics from the videos and which parts the people stop watching and so on, yeah. So the things and the decisions I'm making are coming from some researched things, and not just I want to do that or I don't want to do that kind of thing. I hope the reasons are somehow clear and mm, that it's not just a completely uh, made up reason for stopping it or something like that. I did no live stream while in class, never, no. Um, when I was at the University of Eastern Finland for 10 years, also teaching and researching, it's on two campuses in two cities, and there is a very good connection with the students on the other side. So very often I was teaching and there were students in the other place. And there was a big screen that I could see everybody from the other place. And if somebody lifts their hand, I can see on the screen and I can interact with people. Hybrid teaching, when something is on the computer, like not necessarily a chat, but Teams or whatever, something better than the chat that is in the live stream. It's horrible. You don't see if somebody is writing something in that chat or if somebody's raising their hands. They have to start talking. And when they start talking, like in that kind of system, you have to listen to it. You have to hear it somehow. So it needs to have some kind of connection to the speaker in the room to be very loud. But what tends to happen is that your attention is always on the people in the classroom or on this kind of chat or on the other system, and the other one has the how to say, if I pay too much attention to the chat, it's like I don't even see the students in the room. If I focus on the students in the room, it's like I never see the chat. And those people that are interrupting almost never happen. Even if I tell them to do it, I always get hands raised up because they are like shy to speak or they want the permission to speak. And chat in the YouTube, I'm never going to read those chat messages when I have students in the room. And there's also of course, students have to agree that there will be some kind of recording here, even if they are not on camera, the voice is going to be on camera. I mean, in the recording. Even if they agree to the voice being on the recording, and let's say there's no problem that I get issue with that, it will affect their, how to say, interaction. If people are afraid they will make a mistake when they ask something, they might not ask that thing. If the people hearing that mistake are people in the room and they are friends, they might ask the thing because it's not very bad. But if they are like, okay, this is going to be recorded, it's live, and then it stays on the channel, then nobody's going to talk anything anymore. Or a lot of shy people will not try to interact because of those kind of side effects. So no, I would not consider doing that. I have done something like that in the past, but it has been quite in the early videos, and it has been not live. No, just recording and then maybe cutting and then editing some things out. There have been times when some students said, I don't want my voice to be there, so I had to go there and edit that part out and so on. So there is a lot of work to do that thing, very much work. And yeah. Yeah, the advanced drawing app, it's I think it's one of the most educational things that I have, but it's also one of the hard to watch things that I have. It has very little engagement, only for a couple of people who have managed to keep up with the project. One thing it's important to realize is, okay, I have this advanced drawing app playlist there, and there are many different live streams when I've done it. So it started off here with the part 1, 6 hours, part 2, 5 hours, part 3, 7 hours, and so on. Many hours. The thing about these is that I think people would benefit a lot watching that and taking it step by step and digesting everything that's happening. Interaction is not needed for that anymore. Of course, during the live stream, it's fine. It's very good if there is. But even watching the whole content afterwards is a very good educational thing for those who want to watch it. But what happens is people don't get to watch it because you make a part 4 of anything, really. You make a part 4. And what happens with the part 4 of something is YouTube doesn't really know it's a part 4 of something. So it shows it to a bunch of people. And from those people, those who click it, because maybe they like the thumbnail or whatever, see, oh, it's a part 4. Let's close it. And if they are interested, they will look at the part 1. But it doesn't matter because they already closed it. So YouTube got the idea that this is a bad video. And this is the trend for pretty much all parter videos that are happening. on YouTube. So it's a platform issue. And it's the same thing for everything in parts, like also those that are edited. It doesn't need to be these kind of long things. I don't know why it doesn't show here the number of views or so part 1, 11,000, and all the others order of magnitude less. It's a normal thing that is happening. So, and it doesn't mean that these numbers have to go less and less, but it means that for all of these videos, those that are sent by YouTube to people who haven't seen part 1, all those people will go to part 1 in the best case. So that closing, and maybe going or maybe not, it doesn't matter. The closing makes the drop in views. And really, those people who go all the way to the end are the counts that appear here. But really, 2,000 people watching this live stream doesn't mean that those people have watched the live stream. So, of course, the other statistics are there as well. And usually, okay, this is the live statistics, but and the number of people watching during it, this is usually quite interactive. It was quite an interactive thing, so 20 people watching it was very much. But then what happens after the live stream is done? So after these 23 views are done, which 23 is a relatively small number, then this is what happens to videos like that. So in the first 2 minutes, it drops to, I don't know, in 10 minutes, it drops to something like 5%. So really, this is something expected for most of the videos. People just skip through it, watch kind of parts from it, and then curious to see what's happening at the end. So the number that you see as how many views are on something doesn't mean that those people were really watching the things. It means that the people clicked on the thing somehow. And also it has an effect on the channel. Like doing the parts here made the Slenderman video that was supposed to be a standalone thing have a similar kind of behavior there, because YouTube also started figuring out that, okay, the streams coming to this channel aren't as popular anymore. So it considers even new project less good by default. Like the a priori knowledge on it, it's like already considered, probably this is not going to do that good, and so on. But anyway, yeah. Yeah. I know many people don't want it to end, to me to stop the videos, but it's happening. Yeah, and JavaScript. Very many people ask me if it's my favorite language. I don't know if I have a favorite language. The things that I do with it, it's just a language that I use to tell the computer to do something, and I'm just more interested in what it's doing. So I use it because it's relatively easy to get started. You don't need to install anything. You have a browser already and probably something to type code. And if you share your projects with other people, it's not as a big issue as other languages that go closer to the low level stuff. So it's not as dangerous if you think that maybe the code gets somehow hacked and then uh, I don't know, delete somebody all of somebody's files on the computer or something. So somehow the reason I've been using it is somehow not necessarily because I like the language or uh, yeah, it's a commodity, and the things I'm teaching are I believe most of the things are language independent. Like if you're going to take the thing that we did today and want to implement it in another language, even AI is very good at that. So it's what we did today is not something that couldn't be done in pretty much any other language. We did use this kind of canvas element, but there's one in Python, there's one in C sharp. I mean, you can do graphics in anything really, and even 3D stuff could be used for this thing if you want to make a more realistic version of Michael's thing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, John, for saying those things. Yeah. I hope you realize that I'm not doing this like somehow. Okay, first of all, I'm not doing this because I have to do this. I have done this all the time because I wanted to do this. And this also brings to this channel memberships that I have to somehow do something about now. I started the channel memberships because I have been getting many comments on like private messages or whatever from people saying, I want to support you, I want to whatever. And there wasn't a way to do that. So I made this buy me a coffee and this thing because people said, I really want to do that. I would like to buy your course. I would like to something, but I didn't want to go this kind of Udemy thing. I just wanted the videos to be seen, not for the money thing, because I already had a job, and I didn't want ever to make this as a job. It's if it's a job, it starts to have a lot of kind of like obligations that relate to it. Some need to do something in a specific way or so on. Maybe you should teach according to some curriculum or have some kind of guarantees or have some kind of certifications or I don't know. But the things I have been trying to do is make things that are interesting, that make people want to code because they are interesting and maybe because they have the same interests as me. And practicing the coding itself is the way you become better at coding. And it usually doesn't matter what you are coding. Of course, if you want to make location-based applications and you're practicing just visualizing things on a canvas, there might be a problem. But most of the things that I always focus on is how to make the code modular, how to divide it into functions, how to make it a nice piece of code. And that's something that you have to do no matter what. And those ideas of how to break things up into smaller parts are the things that you only become good at with practice. And practicing something that is fun to you is what makes you want to practice. So if you have to teach the things from a specific curriculum, you don't have so much freedom about what you're coding. Many of my projects have the same kind of elements in them. It's just repeating the same things again and again, or at least parts of the same things. Because it's just how it is with different small projects that have a lot of things in common. Like the optical illusions. Many of them have I don't know, circles, lines, things like that. So we do them a lot again and again. Um, and this kind of flexibility goes away um, if you adhere to something. So the reason I made those memberships at the beginning was because people were actually insisting. I know it's weird, but they were insisting about, I want to do that. I want to somehow um, sponsor. And I don't think that many of those people did it because they wanted to learn more. This is my speculation. I think that many of the members liked the spirit of the channel, the motivation to do the things, and they thought that maybe their contribution is good for others. I have talked to some of the members, and that seemed to be a thing. Also, trying to reach some of the members was difficult. So it's like they don't keep an eye on the channel. They just contribute because they think the channel is doing something good for other people, or like a kind of benefactor kind of thing. And of course, I also had personal reason for selecting them. There is some extra income, and I have used it to buy some equipment and some different things. But I also have the equipment that works, so not too much of that. And also, it's a thing that probably made the channel go on so long because, of course, people watching, people commenting is one thing, but if you see people actually paying some money for you to do that, you think this is something that shouldn't stop or shouldn't end. And I can't say for sure, but I think if I wouldn't have enabled the memberships, it's possible the channel, I would have stopped making videos earlier, as earlier than now. So the members helped, I think, with my motivation levels also. And I don't think that my motivation is low at the moment with the making the content, so it's not that reason why I don't make the videos anymore. It's just that I think that after all this time and checking the videos and everything and the effect it has on people, clearly some people gain a lot out of them. But I just don't want that some people think they are more than what they really are. A chance for you to practice and to rehearse and to understand different concepts thoroughly. And not that if you quickly go through those things, you become like me. And yeah, I mean, the reason I because I get that comment a lot, like, how do I become like you? That's something that, I mean, the reason the channel is there is because I like coding. Even when I stop this making videos, it doesn't mean I will stop coding. I will continue to do all kind of things. My idea list is close to 4,000 things on the idea list. It's not something that I'm gonna finish ever. And I'm not in lack of ideas. I'm not in lack of interest to do those things. I just don't want to give wrong impression of what the videos are. And I would like to have a more interactive way of things. Maybe these live streams somehow, someday, they become more. I find a way to do them in a better way. I tried GitHub. I've tried sharing things, and sometimes there was some kind of interaction, but very low. And it's very hard for me to do this interaction live while fixing the problem and while having an idea for the solution and somebody else comes with a completely different idea, but I don't get it. Using this tool for auto typing might be a thing. Like I could have a live stream that I teach according to the plan, and then have moments where I give small assignments to do modifications to it. That would allow me to do this interaction where I just really focus on what the people are saying and their ideas, and I get all of them through, because I don't have to think about my plan or what I have to do next. It sounds like I'm unable to do it, and it's true. How to say, to be able to have a very good stream where I can interact with people and understand all their ideas, how to implement something, and also implement something from without practice, without anything. There are very few days in a year that I have the time available for that. And when it happens, it's very likely I'm gonna be sick or something else happens on that day. And then I had to cancel it. And then who knows when the next time happens for a very long stream like that. But something short, like what happened today, this project, this blindfolded trick, this level of project, maybe someday I could find a way to integrate them in a way that it's interactive with more people and live, and that might be some way of me coming back. But I don't know. Yeah, short form content is a very big problem, but seems to be the thing that that is happening, and it prevents long videos that I have without much. I mean, those that can work without the interaction, it makes people stop watching them early on or look for alternative, quicker things. I mean, I could build this kind of self-driving car system less than 10% of the code if I use some, I don't know, physics engine like Box2D or some kind of library for doing the math, like the segment intersection or something, or the neural networks from TensorFlow or something. I don't know. So if somebody figures out to do that, and I'm sure they can, and they have self-driving car project, and it looks the same as this one, but mine has 4 hours for the first part, and this one has 20 minutes, and it looks the same. It's the same. For most people, it looks very appealing that they understand all those things in a short time and they can do it. So that's what's gonna drive more clicks for that. And I've made those videos without much interaction in mind. I mean, I made the Discord to be able to talk to people better because YouTube sucks. People want to share the code with me, and YouTube removes the comment because it has a link. Or no way for people to share pictures or screenshots of what they're doing, or errors, because sometimes if they paste part of the code, that also looks weird. YouTube does many other weird things. Like, for example, the big course that I made, the one with the decode drawings competition. So okay, I don't know if this is now here, but so this one, for some reason, it just doesn't let me add dubs for the language tracks. Like all other videos, after I think since Christmas last year. So they started allowing that way to add different language automatically translated to, oh no, it's not that. But basically, I could speak French or German or Hindi or whatever, and I like that. Many people like it. It's very hard to follow the tutorials in another language with subtitles because you have to look at the code and on the subtitles. So when I saw this feature, I got many people commenting that it's a good thing. And one of the reasons why this problem-solving course was made till the end, one motivating factor was that it could reach more people because of the automatic dubbing that YouTube has nowadays. But for some reason, all videos recently have that except for that one. Like any video I've been posting this year have these many languages there. I guess not live streams, or I don't know, but pretty much all the videos except the live streams, they have that. And for some reason, YouTube decided not to add this language tracks for this one. Last week, YouTube added a feature that I could upload manual here, a language. Let's say Dutch. A dub. This field here is a new thing that I could use to add a dub to this video myself, but it's a new thing. Usually YouTube just does it automatically for you. So maybe someday if I have energy, I will find some open source thing that dubs me in other languages and upload manually. But for some reason, this video cannot be automatically translated. And I tried asking YouTube, why can't it be automatically translated? And all my talks were with bots, or with AI things. And let's just say I got very angry at those bots because they were just pointing to me information that is already on the YouTube site and that I know. And it doesn't answer my question. Why is it? Is it too long? 4 hours? Maybe they have a limit. I just don't know why it decided to fail for this one. And I can't get anybody to reply it to me. This is just one example, but of course, I gave you the previous silly example with the guessing the number. I just couldn't do some of the things. And then when I figured out that link solution there, I thought that, yeah, that might be something. But then I implemented my own solution here. So if I press less than 42, it is going to jump in the middle of that one because I used the YouTube API and figured out a way to do that. But very much work for something that YouTube is not made for courses and it's not made for interaction. And many comments just disappear for no good reason, and they don't go in the place where I have to manually review them. They just don't go anywhere. I get notifications, somebody commenting that, hey, I have a question, this and that. I get the notification, it's with the ... at the end, so I can't read all of it. And when I click to view it on YouTube, there's no comment, it just removed it. I think YouTube is great for a lot of things, and I can't imagine a better system for doing this at the moment. I mean, I can't find a better system for doing this at the moment. But there are many small things like this that prevent me from doing that interaction idea that I talked about. So, yeah. Okay, a lot of people really like it. I get it. I get it. Yeah, and I think I am maybe helping some people who are who don't have the money for the education, and I know I am because much of the audience is in places where there is not so much money. So I know the statistics and the geography. Um, so yeah, but I do have 400 plus videos, and they are chance to practice even for people who find this channel later. Um, so yeah, I I get the point, and I do understand it, and I am thinking about it from time to time. But yeah, yeah, aha, real student. Maybe that means some um, real student from the work. Yeah, okay. I'm not sure who it is, but Elmi in Finland. So somebody. uh, okay. Thanks for the comment. Um, yeah, I think that's very. I like very much when I teach real students and not when I talk to the camera. So um, talking to the camera alone is very. I never like it a lot. It's very hard to do. So it's also one reason. Uh, and because I record rarely, like twice a year, really, I lose the ability to do it. Um, Sometimes when I go to record, the first day I record some things and then I scratch everything. It's happened many times. It's happened with first driving car, first with the self-driving car, first phase, the first 6 videos. So some hours, um, I did twice because I had a long break before recording videos and I made a lot of mistakes. I couldn't pronounce things well. I also I also had part of my screen blocked by something, and I only realized after the whole day. But it's something I could have just left it like that. It would have been possible to somehow fix the issue. Maybe I don't know. It would have been obvious that it's a problem, but yeah. Anyway, very often it has been like that. So recording like having the chat here is different in live because if you don't see part of the screen, I can read it in the chat. But yeah, even with all the practice and with hundreds of videos, um, this tool, this auto typing tool, saved so much time. I consider it really a big competitive advantage about compared to any other channel that is doing coding because I see them making mistakes and I see them editing them out and I imagine how much time it takes for them or that they have to pay somebody to do it. And for me, this was the only way to do it, uh, to have time for this kind of hobby thing. Um, and it could still go. So I could do it. I'm very fast at this, and projects like the one that I typed today um, are very fast to type nowadays, especially with AI. I just use it as a kind of um, like autocomplete that really helps me very quickly come with these lesson plans and um, these simple projects that are like one-time video thing. Uh, they are also very good for YouTube because everything is in one video. So that issue with the second video being bad and being not connected. No, no. The second video being shown to people that haven't seen the first part, and then they leave from it and it gives a bad signal. That has happened to all my courses in parts. It's a systematic thing. That doesn't happen for simple projects like this. And so easy to make, easy to, yeah, they would grow. And if I would make something like take the self-driving car thing with the neural network and just make a bunch of things like that, very easy to do. Like instead of car, you have drones, or instead of drones, you have animals, or whatever. It would be very easy to do those things, but I don't like to repeat those kind of things. I just like to think about the whole problem and do it. And I know what would work to somehow make the channel grow, but I just don't like this kind of content because of the things I said before. It just gives a false impression of learning if you don't take it really step by step and follow along and try variations yourself and so on. Rich text editor in HTML5 canvas. No, don't do that. Yusuf here in the chat has made the text editor inside of the advanced drawing app that we built. He's one of the contributors here that was helping during the live stream. And yeah, it's still would need quite a lot of work on the canvas to edit text. I hope the app still loads this one. So this is just it's not rich text editor, but it's a text editor. And a simple text editor on the canvas like this was very much work that you should put in. I think it's no need when you can use other technologies for those. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Emotional moment. Sure. I mean, I think people watching this stream tend to be those who would watch the videos many times and take it into um, and try their things. So the few people in the live stream today are those that I like, those viewers who would take my videos as in the way that I imagine them to be. But I'm not worried about you guys. I'm worried about those who try to skip through it. And while watching it, they understand everything I'm saying. And even the syntax, so that's how you do it. And that's how you do it. But I explained so many things in even a 15-minute video that by the end, even half those things went away just by listening that thing. But they don't know it because they just think that because everything made sense and they didn't have any question, or maybe they watched one part twice, they just know everything like magic. And eventually, after watching very many things like that, it just doesn't add up. And I don't want people to think that they are learning just because things I say make sense. So I hope that that's clear. Yeah. Yeah, of course you can try making the text editor in the canvas. So And you can look in the live streams that I have for the advanced drawing app, and you can check also Yusuf's thing. So the app is also on um, on GitHub, so it's open source. I I'm not advising you don't experiment and you don't try to do those things. I just mean, what are your reasons for doing those things, and make sure it's worth it, because it can be very much work to get the rich text editor uh, that you imagine. Then you might see that it, after maybe years of work, it might be not as good as some simple one like WordPad. I don't know. Yeah. So of course, for learning purpose, it's a great idea. I think also Yusuf has probably learned very much from doing this, and I have learned very much from Yusuf because I didn't know many of these text working operations here, and he has done some things here that would have even improved our version of the code. Like when I moved the letters a little bit down because they didn't quite fit in the middle. I'm sure Yusuf knows how to do that because of all the text measuring that he has done here and the methods that are available to him. Yeah, it's really a very difficult thing to imagine making this component and text appearing at this angle and crazy stuff. Yeah. Okay. So Stan from Africa. Yeah, nice to meet you. Okay. Yeah, software engineering, most of the things I teach are about that. So it's really about not just making the thing work, but having a code that you will uh, be able to reread after uh, after a year, and that your colleagues are also going to be able to read and so on. And yeah, I see more comments from Amin about the text editor. Yeah, so selection seems to work in Yusuf's thing, like selecting parts of the text like this. It's yeah, software architecture. I think that the reason I stopped making these streams is because the app became so complex that I couldn't find time to um, put it all in my head before the streams. So the last couple of streams were part of the time I was also trying to relearn what the things there are. And because contributions came also from other people, um, it went to some point where I think Peter and Yusuf made some things there that I didn't fully get, and then I had some of those streams I had to were very bad, were very much just me trying to figure out what are those things and how do they connect and why is this not working, and I couldn't have enough time to put it all in my head when it grew so much. So and the architecture, I think it's decent for this project, but yeah. Yeah, and oh, okay, DOM from scratch. Yeah, you have to do that. Mhm. Oh, okay. So you did find this text component and you did get the idea from here. Interesting. Uh, Free Code Camp. I mean, I have on Free Code Camp several videos, so you can just check that one like that. So I guess there is this one, the recent one with the computational problem solving course, so it's there as well. Then there's the self-driving car course. Yeah. Mm. There are many. There's the machine learning course. All the self-driving car things eventually ended up there. So this is phase 3 of the self-driving car course. This search in YouTube doesn't show all of them, I guess, but you can probably find even more of them. And you can use the full name or, okay, this one is also there, but the older one. Yeah. Anyway. Oof. Yeah, the self-driving car series it's all there, I think. And after I published it there, it's a very weird thing that happened. So as I published it there, I also published that video that performed the best in my video list. So this one with the avatar. So if you look at the dates, you will see that they match exactly. So I released this video as I put the self-driving car on Free Code Camp. So what happened is that's when the channel got many subscribers because people from Free Code Camp that found the self-driving car came to my channel, and then they saw this weird thing with the avatar and started interacting with the channel, so that the channel is somehow interesting because of that. Otherwise, if I wouldn't have had that, then I mean, subscribers come and people from Free Code Camp might check the channel, but then there's nothing interesting there. So yeah, it's happened for all other times I published on Free Code Camp. So compared to this one, the others, you get some kind of attention from there. Some new people find you, but for this one, it was completely a different story. It also matches with the subscriber stats, like so basically this thing. It's maybe not exactly, I don't know. Now it says, oh no, not the last 28 days. I want, this is from, probably also from Free Code Camp, this update. So, because I shared with them the computational problem solving course. So in the last, yeah, so it subscribers jumped in a little bit more way here. Basically, significant amount. So if I were to look at 90 days, this is definitely a thing that happened. But it's done, so it kind of flattened out like this. But if I put for the lifetime, this date should match with those things that happened with the self-driving car. And since then, I mean, after the initial jump from like thousand something, few thousands to over 10,000, this trend was like, if you look at all this line here, it's a good trend. The channel is going in a good direction. So after the initial explosion here, which was few months, then this kind of looks like a line. I mean, it has some going up, some going down, some like that. But it can have effects like that. So collaborating or somehow, yeah. Of course, you can find many things from these statistics, and subscribers are not really. Subscribers are affected by that because people find you somewhere else. But watch time and other statistics are often more important. Yeah, the road editing in the self-driving car thing is my favorite. I think that might be my favorite thing in the whole somebody asks what my favorite video. So the virtual world component of the self-driving car, um, I think it's my favorite. Um, it has the editing as well, but I don't think I can demo it here. So you can edit your road the way you want it. But the reason I like it is because my PhD was on location-based applications, so I have something of a I like working with maps. And I like these kind of things. And thinking after the first phase of the self-driving car how to make it nicer, and the idea um, came to be related to those things that I liked before, like to make it go in the real world. This is actually the town where I'm in, and this is actually the building where I'm in right now. Um, and all the kind of Easter eggs and whatever that I put here. So there are a bunch of stuff. Like I can do a manual override for this car, and I could make it control it with my keyboard and go outside of here. So many things here that I liked doing, and I can actually go in the building. um, and office is there, but I'm not in my office. I'm in the filming room. So yeah, it might be my favorite thing if somebody when that some person asked, but really um, all the things are my favorite things. I do have that least favorite one because of all the trouble, and it ended up still in a way that I don't like it. But projects like this that didn't matter how YouTube works are just, yeah, are just the same. And the reason they were made are because I liked them. And I have tried to make some projects, and if I didn't like them, I didn't make the video on them. A lot of them failed. Very many things I have done in this time that just didn't become a thing. Yeah. Okay, Carlos, thanks. Yeah. Uh, I mean, you can contact me on YouTube. You can write comments. I will probably check them from time to time. Not often, but maybe once a month. And Discord, I will also check from time to time. I just don't make new videos, and I don't have them in the plan. So if someday I decide to change something, I will probably post on Discord or on YouTube some information about it. Yeah. Okay. Then hello. Okay. So somebody that I can't pronounce their name. Pragian something Chakravarti. Okay, good that you are motivated about it. And yeah, yeah, things have an end. All right, I have to wrap up this. So, by the way, many times I have been, not many times, but sometimes I have been here too late, and then the doors closed, and then the alarm comes when I leave from here. So that's not gonna happen today. But yeah. Okay. I mean, you can still write some things on Discord or YouTube, and I probably reply sometimes. Um, yeah. Okay. Yeah, just compliments. I like those. not closing the channel, I just stopped making videos. So maybe the word channel ending is weird, but was weird to use, but I don't think doesn't mean that like if a series ends, like a video series, like it ends, it means it doesn't make more episodes. So somehow that's what I thought about. Oh wow. Um, so um, 17,000 lines of Electron projects. Okay, so the JavaScript for the desktop. Yeah. I mean, it's important to know data structures and algorithms if you want to be able to write code that is efficient and code that is uh, easy to read. And sure, it's very important. 17,000 lines of code, it depends what the project is doing, because it can also be a very simple project that has so many lines if the code is bad. Uh, Probably one of my first projects I did in high school had tens of thousands of lines of code, and now I could write it in hundreds. I think back then I didn't know what I didn't know something, what functions are or what loops are or something. So all the code was just long stuff that had a lot of copy paste if I needed to redo something, messy stuff back then. Yeah. Okay. Um, yeah, maths is also something I liked doing. So I liked doing those, and I like this every year when uh, this summer of math exposition was organized by Three Blue One Brown. I always made some math explainer for it, and once I got some mentioned, like a prize for it. It was really nice. Um, Actually, it's for the second most viewed thing on the channel, so wherever that is this one, why the circle encloses the largest area. So math related thing, and it's probably the views are because of that, I'm sure. Otherwise it wouldn't have seen. But yeah, I liked doing those as well. Okay. Yeah, I think that I'm done with everyone here. No, okay, couple of more. Okay, all right. Tezas, hey, work is here. Um, I think everyone should check his channel. He does very interesting things. So, for those who liked the self-driving car content, it's really the thing. So, um, very much into neural networks, but um, also a lot of algorithm related things. Programming language won't match. I believe he uses C for pretty much everything, but he shares the code also, and some of these things are just amazing and very much attention to detail, like this one where the ant is also animated, and I think it's the one where the ant is animated. There are many of the ones with the ants. several of the ones. Okay, C++. Yeah, I don't remember exactly all of the details. This is maybe, yeah, I think it's the one where the ant is animated. But the video also shows how that is done and how the animation was done, the procedural animation, and that's in a different one. This is something else. So, yeah, I think it might be here. Let's see if we can find it. No, that's okay. Yeah. So much more attention to detail than I do in my tutorials, explaining here how maybe only one leg moves at a time or something. I really enjoy watching them, and I don't comment so much maybe because I don't have time. And when I watch them, I watch a little bit today, a little bit tomorrow, or focus on the more interesting things. And yeah, so it's not just about making the animation look realistic and nice, but also about the algorithm, like for pathfinding from one point to another, and then all kind of experimentations, like how do the ants uh, follow each other, and then how do multiple paths appear, and crazy stuff. And some of them are really into optimization, like using a lot of particles, trying to have as many particles as possible and not break the system and so on. If somebody wants to learn more about algorithms, I guess data structures also, so I really recommend check those out. Okay, my first language, I studied Pascal in school, and then I studied C in school, in high school. And I studied them because I had to. But the first language I really liked was ActionScript. So I was a Flash developer for quite some time. And then this HTML canvas stuff basically took its place for me for doing fun things, because Flash wasn't a thing anymore in browsers since 2020, I believe. They stopped supporting it. Yeah. Well, that's also another thing that many people, I mean, um, this kind of lifetime to reach the level. I've been coding for over 20 years. So uh, many people watching might not have 20 years of age. At least the competition that I organized with the Decode the Drawings. Uh, Eosas, who won the competition, uh, he he's 16. So basically, I've been coding more, a longer time than um, he's been alive. And that's something that I also kind of don't like when people say that, oh, this is um, how to be like you, because it's really time that and practice that makes that. And I studied a lot. I did my high school, and then I went to university. I had a bachelor's, a master's. I did a PhD. I did research for 10 years, and I worked different places, and um, always I've been coding things that I like. And this tool that I showed you today with the blindfolded thing, I mean, I build tools like this all the time because they help me with everyday life. So I saw that I'm having trouble making videos at some point. It's becoming too much trouble with the editing. I found a way to go around it by making a tool for it. So I don't necessarily code because somebody tells me to code something. Very often I just do it because I like it, and because it's I see use for it, at least in my own life. All right, so I'm gonna end soon. I just want to finish with this. I have gotten this kind of reply from channel members. So I've tried asking as many as possible what to do with them, because privately I got a lot of comments and feedback saying that they want to still be members, that they've been members for um, over 2 years, maybe almost 3 years, and they would like the memberships to continue. Um, so it's not just this Paul here that seems to want me to keep them, but I have to stop them. I have to stop them because um, it's very confusing for people coming to the channel. I will have a video saying that the channel is ending, and I'm also planning to put here some kind of where is the channel? I'm also going to put here some different image where I'm asleep or whatever. So maybe someday something happens and I come back. So I want to make it very clear that it's not active anymore, but I don't want somebody to become a member just thinking that things are still coming by mistake, and then I have to deal with those kind of situations. I do have some videos that are members only, things that have been extra things for different courses, or okay, I'm not sure how to view all of them here. There might be just these 4 videos, but usually the thing has been that I publish videos early for members, and these are something that I never considered special, in the sense that, I mean, special content, yes, but the techniques I use or I teach in them have been taught in the videos on my channel otherwise as well. So it's not like I had some kind of secret knowledge here that I was sharing with members of the channel. It was just something that I thought would have made the main videos too long, but I also didn't want to remove. I really liked the effect, like having the wheels for the car and having them spin. It's extra work, extra 20 minutes of work. But I just gave the code in the main course, and for members, I also showed how I made that code. So it was a little bit extra stuff that I could give. And I think what will happen with these is eventually, like maybe next year, after the memberships end. So I plan to end them soon, maybe in November. And next year at some point, I think I will eventually publish these. Because it's somehow weird to keep them so that nobody can see them. Not even members that have been members at some point. I don't really know what will happen to when I stop this membership thing. Is it even possible to stop it? I haven't checked inside of YouTube's system. Sometimes these things are very surprising. Like once I wanted to gift memberships during a stream, and it was so annoying that I wanted to gift them to people who won some prize or whatever, and I couldn't. It was just a random thing, and like it would randomly gift memberships to people, and I was disappointed. I didn't think the system would be like that, and I'm not sure what will happen when I close the memberships, but it's, I think, okay if I enable these videos at some point. Again, one of these things with the system, and I don't know how it should work. And basically, if there would be a way for these to just go to those who have been members, maybe it's fine. But then again, people who become members only see these for a short time, so then when they stop being members, don't have access anymore. Yeah. Anyway, I've been thinking about this so long, and I'm not comfortable keeping the memberships longer. Um, but I have to say, I'm very grateful for um, people who have been members and for the like motivation I've been getting from them. And they have been for some of the people have been for a long time. And you see, some people come, even new people come all the time. And I've been announcing that this channel is ending since summer. And not everybody gets the message. Maybe some of the members just don't get the message um, and just continue to be. I'm quite sure that many of those who have been for so long, um, they do it for some reasons that um, may not be getting the videos earlier. I mean, considering that it's just 4 videos apparently, and they probably seen them by now this, in this time. So really, uh, and the video early, I mean, they could avoid paying and just wait another week. It's not that special, I believe so. So thank you everybody for all these things. And revenue is something I will miss it in the sense that it's not gonna be there. Um, and it's actually the main revenue of the channel, the memberships, because ads and those things, I really have the minimum for most of the videos that I put. And the reason I put ads is not to make the money, it's because the you when my channel got monetized, it was at the same time as YouTube was putting ads, even if you don't monetize. So basically, it has control over those things. And then somehow things leading to money also happened. And the money has went a little bit down. So some people have stopped being members, but usually I've had around 100 all the time. Ever since the beginning until now, around 100. So there is some drop, but I would say very low in these last months. So I just don't like people accidentally. Like also members gained, so total members go down, but new people come and yeah. So okay, right. So I think that's pretty much it. And mm, let's see final things about this. One look at the chat one last time in case I missed something last minute here, but I don't celebrate anymore the subs. I don't think so. Oh, okay. And somebody typing in something else. I believe it might be Spanish. Uh, it's not, it's Portuguese. Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks for watching and All right. I mean, I don't celebrate subs so much anymore. I think that I celebrate more nowadays people who get involved with the channel and try to um, modify things and try to solve problems and showcase what they are doing, because subscribers doesn't mean much. Um, when I had the 1,000 subscribers, I felt that's amazing. It's a huge amount of people. Um, and the 10,000 was also very, very big thing. But then I realized that from those 10,000 people that are subscribed, only a very small fraction are those who are the people that are interacting. Others, I think a lot of people subscribe to a lot of things, including myself. And YouTube doesn't show the things. So, I mean, if you're subscribed to 100 places, 100 things, and every one of those publishes weekly, YouTube has to choose which ones it's going to show you. And if its algorithm thinks that none of them are suitable for you for some reason, it will recommend you things from channels that you're not even subscribed to. So people watching and people interacting don't necessarily subscribe. They just get recommended the things again and again. So it's a system that works for them. And those subscribing may not even know the channel still posts things. So it's really a weird thing. You consider YouTube doesn't work in the same way it worked um, over 15 years ago. I had a YouTube channel back then too. It was a different stuff, nothing to do with coding. But then subscribers were the only ones that see your things. I know that. And now it's a very different story. All right. Thank you, everybody. It's been long, and I hope these things are clear and hope not too disappointed. Of course, I am sad that I'm not making any more, and uplifting comments are very nice when they come from people I don't know and from people who don't get grades from me or diplomas or whatever. So, yeah. And also, sometimes I get bad comments, but most of the time they are very constructive. Um, I mean, I've been getting them for so long that I'm somehow immune to them. And I just see the thing that I could do better. And yeah, all right. I think uh, that's it. Thank you. Bye bye, everyone. And keep coding. I'm gonna be coding still. So, yeah. And who knows? Maybe someday I make new things. Again, some other kind of things. YouTube has changed so much in the last 5 years, even. Even these membership things weren't a thing before that, I think. So, um, who knows? Maybe in the future some system changes or whatever, and I start to see value in what I'm doing, uh, and maybe I mean more value for those things that I talked about, and or maybe those interaction things become better. So in that case, this kind of live content or interactive content is better. But I just don't see any way at the moment that I continue to publish. So yeah, see you and bye bye.